Welcome to the stream. I actually am live. But I am live. Do 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 do. Sending out the posts into the world. Okay. They have gone from me. I'm very glad that the stream information updated before stream elements could post. Hi Todd, welcome. Hey, what's up? I'm using Barry's in-ear monitors today, and it's very strange because they shut out like quite a lot of my voice from outside my own head, so it's really hard to hear myself talk, even more so than it already was. So perfect for a game where I have to voice act essentially the entire time. Hi Standard Hunter, hi Vega, hi Kringus. How's it going, guys? I'm very happy to see you here. Barry and I had a very busy morning. We drove out to Circle Thrift in Philly, and we picked up what is a very lovely and was only moderately cumbersome dresser to put in our little adjoining hallway here between our bedroom and the bathroom. And Circle Thrift is in Fishtown, which is apparently like the most rapidly gentrifying neighborhood of Philadelphia. I was not familiar. I had not been out there myself before. But to prove that point, as Barry and I were going into the thrift store, the bench outside had 2 pieces of litter on it, an empty PBR can and an empty Starbucks cup. So I think that more or less tells the story. I would have taken a picture of it, but my phone has been refusing to charge all morning, so I didn't have the chance. Kringus, it's a lovely song. That's funny, Kringus. You know, wow, this song makes you want coffee. It makes me feel like being a dick to women and also Phoenix Ray. I don't know. You guys remember how sweet Godot was to Ron Delight? Now he was like, "Don't worry, man. Just do whatever I tell you to." And then Ron Delight said, "Yes, sir," and they had such a lovely relationship. That was nice. Frampus, it's okay. I'm having a pretty good morning. I got a lot of quality time in with my beautiful girlfriend, and I even found some nice things at the thrift store for myself. I actually don't have them up here with me, they're downstairs, but I got, in addition to a copper cup for a Moscow Mule, and more about that in a second, I got a pair of earrings that are based on that one famous Japanese woodblock print, The Wave. I'm not going to try to remember who made it, because I'm going to get it wrong, and then it's going to be very embarrassing for me. But they're really, really nice. They're like on a bit of a dangle from the earlobe, and then they have a rectangle, and they have the illustration within it, like in enamel. So it's lovely. They are a little bit yellowed, and I'm going to work on finding a way to brighten them up a bit. Okay, Hokusai, thank you, Regular Zebra. The name I was thinking of had a lot of those letters in there in relatively the same order, but distributed differently between the syllables. And I was not about to take a stab at that and humiliate myself in front of you, the viewer, who traditionally have a very low tolerance for my humiliating myself. So... that's right, Bremy. Nothing ridiculous or stupid is going to happen today. I genuinely hope nothing ridiculous or stupid is going to happen today. I don't really remember the last case at all. I remember the flashback part of the last case. All right, I remember the flashback part, which is apparently like dead center in the middle, because it didn't start with it, and it definitely doesn't end with it. I remember the flashback part of the case, and I remember the ending part of the case. There's like a very dramatic finale, as there traditionally tends to be in these games. But I don't remember anything about the beginning. I didn't remember it was Drew Misham who got killed. I didn't remember it was Vera who was the defendant. I don't think there are any characters I forgot entirely, but I retained none of the plot. I was actually telling Barry as we drove to the thrift store this morning how fucked up the chain of evidence was in the latter half of yesterday's trial. How it felt like they were contorting the case to conform to the cutscene that they made, because it really didn't make sense. Like, if Lamirar was a body double before she disappeared, then why did she have to crawl through the vent? Why wouldn't she have just been at the far tower and popped up when they needed her to? Why did she drop the brooch, which makes it seem like she was the same person? If it was a body double, how was she singing from a shitty headset mic in a vent right by... Barry, like, screamed when I told her that Lamirar was singing on a headset mic in a vent right next to a speaker that was monitoring her performance. Maddox Justicial Kent, or I'm sorry, Juristical Kent, thank you for the $5 donation. And Kringus, thank you so much for the $10 donation. It's very kind of you guys. That psychic nerd. I don't remember what psychic nerd you're talking about. You shan't dwell on it. Yeah, well, it does not befit dwelling upon. Yeah, hopefully, what I'm hoping is case 3 is where they cut those corners. Because I would also say that case 3 of, well, no, maybe I was gonna say case 3 of Trials and Tribulations might also be the weakest case in that game, but it's there. It's like it's a close one between the second and third cases, and I think those are still both pretty good cases. It's just that in a game full of good cases, all right, which one ends up as the lowest? Whereas this one, that third case was an absolute travesty. It was shameful. It was more like, I think I remember when I ranked these when I played them as a kid, putting Apollo Justice by the second game, Justice for All, because it's sort of like that in that I think that the circus case in Justice for All is like a pretty clear low point in that. I'm not even that fucking crazy about the spirit channeling case in Justice for All, but I love the finale so much, even though Gist absolutely doesn't with Shelley the Killer. I think it's nice that they made you defend someone who was, spoilers, guilty. Phoenix has had it too good for too long. It's like, oh no, how could I possibly defend someone if they're guilty of the crime they're accused of? Motherfucker, that is the entire job. Your job is not to defend innocent people. Your job is to defend people. Guilty people need lawyers too. Hi, Jess. How's it going? RB, Apollo's mentor in the first case was Clavier's older brother, Christoph. What are you talking about? Oh, because he went like this, and bam. Did you not call him like a kid earlier? Oh, no, you just called him a nerd. Okay. His job was to babysit Trucy. She's very sweet. I was showing Amber screenshots from Apollo Justice yesterday. I showed her one of, it was Trucy talking about Machi. She's like, he's very European. I was like, hey, Amber, that's what you say about me. And she saw Trucy and the magician get up. She's like, is that your assistant in this one? She's a magician. I was like, yeah. She was like, is she only wearing that for this? Or I was like, no, she wears that 100% of the time. She doesn't have a different outfit. She's always in the magician get up. You can see it. You can, oh, is Echo back there? She's staring at the door plaintively. I should not touch the fucking camera. Echo did not leave. She's right there. I'm not gonna repeat my mistake on yesterday's stream. I said, oh, Echo is so cute and so sweet. People love to see her. Let me just pick her up and bring her over to the stream. And then she attacked me viciously. Also, I hope you guys like my hair. You may have seen me posting on Twitter about how I have started painstakingly, because it is a horror to separate the blonde and the red when my hair is wet. I have started painstakingly styling and drying the red hair in the back separately from the blonde hair in front. There's a little enough blonde hair that fortunately I don't need rollers for it. So I like tie up all the blonde in the front and then I blow out with a round brush the red portions and then put them up in vertical rollers so that they have like a descending spiral shape, at least when they're first removed from them. And then I just let the blonde dry separately. I did have to redo my bangs this morning, but my bangs have been really, really poorly behaved since I got my hair done. And I'm hoping that when I get my hairstyle touched up, like at some point in October, she can fix whatever the fuck she did to my bangs last time. Thank you, Kringus. Is that a new mirror? No, it's been there, but Barry was moving shit around this morning. Because, like I said, we've got a huge new dresser. And it's in that hallway over there that connects our bedroom to the bathroom. And there was a bunch of stuff she had to move out of the way. That bookcase was not there before. And the books on it are just in a random order as Barry moved the bookshelves out of that hallway and put the dresser there. You guys can't see it. I actually used to have, I mean, that is the bookcase that used to be behind the stream. I would like to have it there for some kind of visual continuity. My Zaku box used to be up there, but now the Zaku is built and on my desk instead. Also, this guy has just been here the entire time. I probably should have showed him off at some point, but wow, the sides of his eye thing are so reflective. Yeah, he's just hanging. Should have put something funny in the reflection and not acknowledged it. Echo is occasionally in the reflection. She's just posted up in front of the door. It's very sad. I don't feel like fucking with her, though. I don't know. I don't really feel like getting up. Oh, you know what I do feel like doing though is the squats that I owe as a matter of course. Our beat, I think we are just over 15 now, you said yesterday? For better or for worse, I'm not wearing the tight leggings that match with this hoodie top just because I didn't want to have to tuck before stream, so I'm just wearing tiny little shorts. But those are physically very convenient to do squats in. Was I punished for my temerity yesterday after stream? And I don't know that I did anything timorous yesterday, motherfucker. Barry was fucking with me with hammers and multi-tools all stream. That's enough. Okay, 18? Totally. Yeah, regular zebra. I saw your fucking thirst traps in my Discord, which were not restricted to the selfie channel. Because you also had a picture of your cat in your lap with your, like, entire chest bulging out of a tank top. Oh, yeah, 20 yards. Don't worry. Yeah, Echo fucked me up good. Echo fucked me up good literally immediately. All right. No, regular zebra, you are correct that you cannot help those things. And it's fine. I don't feel threatened by you. We're definitely working in different genres, so it's fine for you to be doing that. Okay. Squats time. Holding it in front of my face. 1, 2. God, this is hard to do. Oh my god, I might have to hold this from the bottom instead. All right. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's right, Remy. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Don't get used to the mirror being there. I think it's gonna move to this wall later. Yes, it looks very cool there, but it's not a physically convenient place for it to be. Fucking fine, Echo. Oh my god. Thank you, Arbeat. Get thee hence, bitch. Hello. I have some fun logistical news regarding the subathon tomorrow, which is happening tomorrow at 9 a.m. Be aware of that, fucking viewer. Which is that traditionally I have used these clippy mics, one of which I used, it's here because I used it during the Gunpla stream, because I needed what is traditionally my mic boom up above. That's so funny, the mic fell on the calculator button on my keyboard, the calculator app opened, because I was using what was traditionally my mic boom as a camera boom for that Gunpla stream. But seeing as I now, sorry, Bremy, I know you're not gonna be there, don't trip. Seeing as I now live in a house with 2 of these motherfuckers, because this is the same microphone that Amber uses upstairs for her streams, I'm just gonna go steal hers. And we have like an insane number of these mic booms. We have like 4 mic booms to our 2 mics. I'm just gonna set up another one on this side of the desk so that each person will have a mic pointed at the side of their face. And that way I don't have to worry about charging the clippy mics. And I only have to worry about charging the shock collar, which is also an ordeal. But like, past subathons, I've been like up late making sure that the shock collar and the remote for the shock collar and both clippy mics are all actually charging and will hopefully have enough charge to last for 16 hours. And it's a lot more convenient if I just use physical microphones. Did I confess any crimes just? Oh, stealing Amber's mic. No, I asked her if I could do it. It should be fine. It's just a lot of work for baby Tess after stream today. I'm gonna be like literally working from now until the end of the subathon tomorrow because I have a lot of work to do tonight setting up both stuff in OBS and like the Streamlabs stuff to make sure that donations and bits and everything contribute to the timer increasing. And also the physical stuff, getting that second mic set up and the cloud lifter plugged into the audio interface and making sure everything works. This is going to be a really big night for Tess, which is why tonight Amber is not sleeping in this bed. She is sleeping in the guest room in the basement. Hopefully so, Arbeat. Hopefully so. And I also have to set up the capture stuff. I haven't streamed from the Nintendo Switch in a really long time. Maybe not since my last subathon in February. I don't even know if I streamed from it then. I have zero recollection of what I did at that subathon. I also got to make sure I know how to run Zoom Beanies, because at least one and probably two of my guests are going to want to stream Zoom Beanies. I do only have 3 guests, by the way. External circumstances prevented the presence of a 4th. But I will have 3 for you, including Amber. For a second, I thought I saw Echo out of the fucking corner of my eye. Like she got back in and was once again waiting for me to let her out. That really startled me. Oh yeah, I was going to say, one of the riches before, just right, Arbeat, that was the subathon in October last year. I had one in February this year, and I don't remember what I did for that. Anyway, one of the riches that I picked up at the thrift store this morning was a copper cup, like for a Moscow Mule. It was just copper on the outside, and the inside was steel plated. And the reason for that, viewer, in case you didn't know, is that while copper is a common metal for cookware, because it can be very useful in certain contexts, like I think it helps fats emulsify easier, so if you're like whipping cream or eggs, it's good for that. You should not use copper cookware or plateware on anything that has citrus in it, because the citrus, like, debinds ions from the copper and it makes whatever you're drinking from it poisonous. So don't do that. And that's why often those cups, since they are designed to be consumed with Moscow Mules, which contain lime, will just have a steel interior. Fucking be aware. Excuse me, Phoenix Wright. Excuse me, Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. Apollo Justice, thank you. No! I immediately unplugged my headphones from the speaker, dude. Fuck's sake. Alright. I have to say I'm gratified by how many new people seem to have found my stream through my streaming Apollo Justice. That's really nice. And it helps make up for, because it's like, Apollo Justice is not as popular a game as, e.g., Elden Ring or Metal Gear Rising Revengeance or any number of things that I could be streaming, but it's a lot of fun for me to stream, and so it's nice for there to also be some test-based kickbacks like new members for our community. I got my progesterone rolling around my feet here. Yeah. Woo! Alright, we're looking good. I don't know if we're looking quite good. Yeah. There, that's better. Alright, shut the fuck up. Phoenix Wright time. Oh, also, speaking of shit I need to do, I'm just saying this out loud so I remember I have to do it. I need to set up separate audio inputs for every game I'm playing during tomorrow's subathon, because I don't have just the PC audio shit anymore. I have by app audio input in OBS. Totally. Let me get my actual controller. October 8th, 9:48 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 6. As always, we know almost nothing. It's interesting. I feel like in previous Phoenix Wright games, you usually get a pretty good idea of how the crime went down before you start the trial. But in this one, they like just barely tease what happened. And then most of riddling out the events of the crime happens during the trial itself. Good morning. So, you're Vera, right? I'm Trucy Wright. That's right with a W, but not right? We're on your side. I cannot believe that Apollo called Vera the fucking most annoying client ever yesterday. I'm so upset with him for that. There is no fucking comparison that can be made. He defended Waki Kataki. And Machi, who, though he was not especially loud or annoying, was a huge liar. You can tell us anything, please. Good morning. Whoa, she speaks. Not bad, not bad. But I think you'd do better with a little smile, you know? You're so pretty. You need to sell yourself, you know? Holy shit, Trucy. You'd be so pretty if you smiled more. Jesus Christ. Trucy, let's take it easy for starters. Thank you for taking my case. Okay, well that's a start, I guess. There she goes with the nail polish again. Is there a troquinine in that? That's great, really. It's so cultured. Want to try? Ooh, really? Ugh. Girls, am I right? The victim, Drew Mission, was a forger, and a stolen painting was found in his studio. A life of crime, really. Maybe a life of crime, really. Maybe one that led to his death. October 8th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 3. Clavier! I can see your midriff.
Well, we will now begin the trial of Vera Mission.
That is not a hard name to say. Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy and he's looking around all nervous like. Okay, he is supposed to be sick. Thank you for letting me know.
The repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time, and may indeed alter our legal system forever.
Today is a test of the jurist system, and the first step toward a new order in our courts. Daddy, secret mission. Why the fuck is Phoenix Wright doing legal reform? He's not even a lawyer. He's a bum. How is anyone listening to him? What kind of pull could he possibly have? The jurists will function like a jury. Wow, Clavier! A groundbreaking concept, my dude. It is hoped that inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurists in the courtroom? 3 closed-circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. The jurists have access to everything that transpires. Jurists, Judge Well und Judge Cool.
Now see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was going to say that.
My apologies, Herr Judge.
Jurists, today, judge today's trial coolly, if you would be so kind.
The jurists are unbound by the letter of the law. What? They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. And we're about to find out just what effect they're going to have.
Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. The details of the case, if you would.
The victim is the painter Drew Mission. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned. No, it was the cup, actually. I mean, I don't mean to split hairs, but let's be specific here. It was not the liquid that was poisoned. By whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant Vera Mission. There wasn't any poison in the coffee. Thank you, Apollo. Achtung, someone has been doing the homework. Yay! Barry, thank you so much for the 20-month resub. Hi, cute Barry. I love you. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself.
The mug? Ah, residue was found on the rim, I see.
You guys remember that shit about the cocoon residue in the burned guitar yesterday? I honestly had put that out of my mind because all the shit involving the disappearing act was so convoluted. I had forgotten about the residue in the guitar. The autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death.
The court accepts this as evidence.
Mission's autopsy report added to the court record. That's right, RB.
According to this report, the victim's death was caused by a troquinine poisoning.
Why am I carrying all 3 of these paintings around? What the fuck is the point? That bit in the middle is supposed to be a person. A chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 milligrams. A touch of a torquinine in the body is a touch of the Reaper's scythe. Alright, motherfucker.
Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. You may present your witness.
So it's like, it's so funny. They describe a troquinine as slow acting, but it kills you in fucking 15 minutes. I was about to say it's like ricin, but ricin is also a poison that's lethal in extremely low quantities, but it kills you in a few days. I have found for you today a simple man for a simple case. Man who witnessed the murder in its entirety. Oh god, that journalist, no doubt. Barry, I don't think you've seen this guy yet. I hope you're watching. The witness will state his name and occupation.
Ah, right! Well, for starters, my name's Mark Brushel. My job is a lone observer of this world.
No, wait, that's the wrong accent. Hang on. In other words, a freelance journalist, right? I'm doing the wrong kind of lisp. Give me a second. I'm doing an even less pleasant and less comprehensible lisp.
If you don't mind, I'd like to state something here for the record.
Yes, Mr. Brussel?
I dislike conclusions, specifically the aspect of jumping to conclusions. Preconceptions make part sandbox of endless desert waste. End quote.
But you're a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday.
Well, that's true, yes. But you must understand, I stand before you today as a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Scoop turns Mr. Brussel into that Mr. Brussel, end quote.
This guy looks like a racial character of white people. Barry, I told you about that creepy Austrian CGI animated movie MK showed me, where every character looked like a caricature of a white person. Like it was a work of media designed to convince you that white people were, as a group, uniformly ugly, as every character was ugly in a way unique to white people.
Let's hear your testimony then, shall we?
A simple case, eh, Gavin? For me, the jury is still out. Ooh. God, he looks like such shit.
I visited the studio around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier. Journalistic history made, end quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next? Star Falls, end quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time.
Why does he grab his nips like that? Even as a child, I thought he was grabbing his nipples. Very droll, MK.
That does sound like a simple case. Unless you were the one who poisoned him.
What are you saying, Judge?
Need I remind you, the cameras are rolling today. I felt the need to be a bit dramatic.
You didn't do it, did you?
Man, me do a thing like that? Come on, that's like Newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt, end quote. I know, wild accusations rock courtroom, end quote.
Wow, this guy's really fucking annoying, Jesus Christ. Rock indeed. Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun. I'm so happy for him.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Your cross-examination, please.
He's so twitchy and unpleasant. Hiya, Chats. No one entered the room besides her the whole time. I mean, that's true. God, he looks like shit. Ah! I really don't know. I mean, I'll try pressing. I'm gonna have to try pressing everything, which really sucks. But everything that he says is 100% accurate. 9 o'clock at night? Isn't that a little late for an interview? You were drinking coffee?
If the great painter Drew Bissum says come at 9, Believe you me, I go a 9. The first, and as it turned out, last interview with such a prolific painter.
Right. Can you tell us what it was like when you arrived? I'm wasting so much spit on this asshole's lives. You were the first reporter ever in Drew's studio?
Posterity will look back on that night as a turning point in journalistic history. A basically insignificant step for all mankind, but a giant step for that Brussels guy, end quote.
If no one on the outside ever had access to the studio, then it would serve to reason that the deed was done by an insider. By which he means Vera did it. Maybe Vera was trying to poison Brussels and accidentally poisoned her father. Ellen, this is very cruel. Somebody yesterday said he looked like a SpongeBob Gajinka, which is a comparison I had thought of before, and I think I thought when I was first playing this as a child. So, how did this epic-making interview go? Would you mind being a little more specific about whatever it is you said that Tessa didn't read because she doesn't want to do your voice?
Oh, wait, let me tell you, I enjoy a cuppa. In fact, it all began when I was in 3rd grade. No, wait, 4th grade.
That's not what I meant. I believe I know what her forehead is driving at. This coffee the victim was served. Did anyone other than the defendant touch it? Right, that. That's what I was gonna say, really.
Well, now, if you've got a question to ask, you'd best straight up ask it. That's what I tell all the new recruits, several times if necessary. Write for a grade schooler. That's my motto. Which isn't to say I can only write grade school level stuff, mind you. Who touched the coffee? Dunno. I was in the back looking at the studio's equipment when she served it.
And what happened next? Yes, Barry, SpongeBob. Just so, SpongeBob Gajinka.
I'm me.
Non-binary SpongeBob Gajinka. Thank you so much for the $1 donation.
You know what happened next? Star falls, end quote.
It's actually insane how much moisture I lose doing his voice. What's this about a star falling? Star falls. Huh, it's like an old telegram. Send money, over.
Zoe, you don't know? That's like a journalism code word. An important precedence passes away, a star falls. Get it?
I'm fucking spitting all over myself. But there is no gravity in space, is there? There's gravity around planetary bodies, so stellar bodies. I wouldn't think stars could fall, really. I mean, binary stars are constantly falling towards each other as they orbit each other. Does this matter?
Oh boy, this is good stuff, good stuff. How about star breaks? Now let's punch. I know, star dies. Now let's imagination. Of course, you could go with Drew dies. Straight to the point. I like it.
Why not Misham dies? That was his actual last name. I think we need to hear about something a little more substantial. No. No. First and third, I guess. About when Mr. Misham passed away.
Oh boy, what a scene that was. He puts his coffee mug down with a crash, right?
Yes, and then?
Then the cold finger of death touches his spine. Life's flame sputters and fails. So cold was that touch, he could do naught but tremble uncontrollably. Actually, life's flame is a little tired. Life's river froze over. Yes, that's a go.
I think he's starting his article already. Could you describe that a little more simply? What does my autopsy report say? Absolutely nothing. I'm wondering if maybe he didn't actually drink the coffee. Because the rim of the coffee is poisoned, right? Look at that. Look at that polygonous coffee. The lip of the coffee is poisoned, right? What if he was poisoned before he even had a chance to drink it? For example, by the atroquinine that was contained in this little frame. Maybe he poisoned himself or something.
Well, as you can imagine, I was pretty surprised. He hit the floor, as they say. Artist theater is final performance, end quote.
Atroquinine paralyzes the central nervous system. The body arches back like a ball, the limbs tremble, the sword burns.
That's quite enough of that! Some of us want to be able to sleep tonight.
Oh, yeah? Well, I want details. Lots of juicy details.
For that, you can listen to our last year's hit single, Atroquinine My Love by the Caffeiners, available at all major music outlets.
The point here is that the victim died of atroquinine poisoning. Well, Mr. Justice, how do you find that testimony?
I mean, yeah, it was important. Well, as an account of the moment of the victim's death, I'd say it's very important. Please add it to the testimony.
Very well, the court requests the witness add this account to his testimony.
Those spasms, that was definitely death by poison.
Hold it!
Fuck, I didn't mean to press that, I wanted to go back. I don't remember what actually happened just now. You say it was definitely death by poison. How can you be so sure?
Hey, look, I'm a journalist. I've seen a lot of things. I've had more than my share of experiences with so-called poisonings. Man eats fishy fish, goes bye-bye, end quote.
Food poisoning doesn't count. Should I get him to talk about something else? Star's coffee? You say Mr. Misham had the coffee too. Did you actually see him drink the coffee? Thank you, this is what I was going for.
Of course. He who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger, end quote. I live in a man sees dog eat dog and writes about it world. Yet, I guess I can't say I saw him drink it, really. He had one so-called sip, if that. Man puts lips to mug, drinks, question mark, end quote.
That poison is quite virulent, I hear.
That's true, thank you, Stream Elements. I am doing a subathon on Monday, which is tomorrow!
My stomach did a so-called somersault. Since I gulped down that coffee without so much as a second glance on it. Wait, maybe something's there. Some kind of so-called trick. Anyone want to venture a guess for the record?
Does this guy have a pause button?
Well, Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable?
The victim drank his coffee, then immediately fell over?
Oh, yes. You can go to press with that one.
Oh, immediately, as opposed to after 15 minutes. Fuck, but I don't have anything that says that atroquinine takes 15 minutes to happen. That's what we learned yesterday. Emma told me that atroquinine kills after a 15-minute margin. But it sounds like death was immediate. Please add it to the testimony.
Very well, the witness will add this to his testimony.
Vital, right?
The next moment he was on the floor. Yeah, that's a problem, but I don't know how to raise the fact that it's a problem. So he either took a sip or he didn't, and then fell over.
Oh, yes, indubitably, just like that. Wham bam.
So Mr. Misham drank the coffee and fell over immediately. I think Brushell's telling the truth, too. No, that's the relevant information. There's no need to change the testimony. The problem with the testimony is already pretty obvious. No, come on! Oh, come on! How the fuck do you want me to do this, man? I don't have any evidence that says it takes 15 minutes. I'm pretty sure I don't. Atroquinine poison. Oh, slow-acting deadly poison atroquinine. Excuse me. Okay, there we go. You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used, atroquinine.
Oh, Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dosage of 0.002 milligrams paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drank that, even you, Mr. Justice, would be reduced to a quivering pile.
Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information.
An omission?
Atroquinine is as virulent as he says. But death doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because atroquinine is slow acting.
Slow acting?
What?
According to one forensic scientist. It's one of the most virulent poisons, but is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. 15 minutes is not astonishingly slowly, it's astonishingly quickly, please. What sort of a child wrote this? When you eat poison, you die right away, right? It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. Very good, Entrance. If we suppose that the moment Mr. Misham sipped the coffee, that was when he sealed his fate, then he would still have had time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. Oh my god, his back sprite.
Order! Order! What's the meaning of this? If what the defense says is correct... Why, that contradicts the entire testimony we've just heard.
Well, Mr. Brushel, anything to say? On the record?
Slow acting. S-L-O-W-A-C-T. It was virulent, all right. Even then, it had already begun digging its claws into the journalist.
He's working on his scoop. It's Brushel, yeah? Herr Brushel, let's take a trip back down memory lane.
Huh?
Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is vital.
You know what I think? I think that was a not-so-subliminal suggestion, end quote.
I admit it does cause a problem if he died when you say he did. I would be forced to say auf Wiedersehen to my simple case. And you would be forced to say farewell to your article.
Come again?
You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? Yes, you can. And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent. And you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye.
Scoop!
Wow! I forgot about that animation loop. The least pleasant one! Jesus Christ!
Scoop! Scoop! Ah. Look, wait, just wait a second, just 1 second.
We're waiting, we're waiting! Out with it!
I think I just recalled a so-called important detail. A revival of recollection, end quote. A story survival, end quote.
Attorney utterly confused, end quote.
Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I'd heard of poison that takes its sweet time, see?
But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently.
Mr. Brushel, are you saying you noticed something that explains what happened?
You bet I am. The antidote for a poisonous contradiction, end quote, you might say.
Or, I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say.
I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee.
Order! Order!
As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony that Mr. Misham died the instant after he drank.
Of course I'm standing by my testimony, and my dream of exclusive rights to this story.
Ugh, I suppose there was too much to hope for. What was? Of course he wouldn't choose a simple case, not him.
Him?
Phoenix Wright, who else? Achtung, Herr Brushel. Report for us if you would. What is it that you noticed?
This court is a critical trial of the jurist system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible.
Hang on, I have to disgustingly clear my throat. There we go.
You will testify to the court about what you noticed.
I'm fine, just. It's just that Brushel's voice is bringing a lot of phlegm up to my throat.
When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note?
A suicide note?
Yes, he had this look on his face. Man's face inscrutable as a quadratic equation, end quote.
Suicide? Poor Mr. Misham. That means Vera's innocent. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview? Well, Apollo, he was a shut-in. So if he didn't want his body to decay horribly before somebody found it, it would make sense that he would want to die when someone was in front of him. But I already know it wasn't a suicide note. Thank you, Brevy. Oh.
Very well, you may begin your cross-examination.
Cross-examination. It wasn't a suicide note. I actually looked in there using Emma's magical x-ray device, which is not real.
Objection!
Wait, what? Oh my god, dude, no. I'm not on the wrong fucking track. It's not a fucking suicide note. Yeah, but that's the letter that he sealed, right? What does seemed to be writing a letter mean? Did he actually see him writing it, or did he just seal an envelope and put it in his desk? So he put the letter away when he saw you?
Early reporter gets worm, end quote.
I'm alright, Pixel Pixie.
That's my secret.
I'm not sure I follow.
It's the night of the interview. I arrived 15 minutes ahead of schedule.
Oh, so you killed him.
The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in.
Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful entry, really?
Mr. Misham, sir, seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as fast as he could. I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one.
It does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice?
Sure. Am I gonna fucking present the red envelope as contradictory to the yellow one?
Objection!
Yep. Even though I couldn't present the non-suicide note as contradictory to the suicide note, the contents of the letter don't count as contradicting. The color of the letter, well now. As it just so happens, there was a single letter in a desk drawer at the scene. In a red envelope. What? Oh my god. Prosecutor Gavin. Yes? Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no. But Herr Forehead, it's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. I guess, but not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already, 7 years ago.
Well, Mr. Brushel?
I could explain that. True, right? He wanted to get that letter in an envelope pronto. Get it out of sight of my beady eyes, right? So he grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed it away.
Wasn't there a politician that killed himself on TV in the US? Pixel Pixie, I'm not familiar with this. Do you guys know anything about this? And what about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump? Okay, I didn't know about that. That's very scary.
Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim?
That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. It's impossible. Ah, I like your expression. So full of confidence. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with the assistance of a forensic scientist. What? Yeah, it's kind of fucked up that you didn't tell Clavier about this. Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Mission. Oh? Why would he address a letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself.
I've been scooped!
I can't wait to get this bastard off the screen.
Order! Order! Mr. Brushel, can you explain this to the court?
Oh, my. How could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots, end quote.
I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Brushel.
Ugh.
Well, that's the thing, see?
This is the fucking hottie clinic music again from the second game.
After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something.
His desk drawer.
Yes, a stamp! A so-called postage stamp, end quote.
A stamp? Whatever for?
Well, to mail his letter, what else? And then, why, yes, I think I saw him put it in the letterbox. Yes, it was a yellow envelope, and he put it in that box.
Well, apparently this...
Oh, how I wish it did! Just think if that were a suicide note. What a story!
Apparently this yellow letter has nothing to do with this case.
What a story!
Well, it wasn't a suicide note, but I think that he did remove a stamp from this frame with a troquinine on it, and then his own mouth applied it to the mug. Thank you. Jesus Christ.
Star writes suicide note in front of reporter, comma, false, end quote.
Ahem. As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That said,
Yes, Your Honor?
it makes me...
I started doing Brussels lisp on the judge.
It makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope.
Mr. Drew Misham, I've deposited the $100,000 in the thing, signed the papers, and sent in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days.
$100,000 is quite a good deal of money.
So this was from 7 years ago, yeah?
So, am I finished? Here, I mean. Am I finished here? I was thinking of, going home to start writing.
Shouldn't there be some kind of sound effect for this? I hate to state what should be pretty obvious to anyone. When you catch the scent of a story, you make that, rather unique face. Fuck. Jesus Christ.
Come on! Attorney has active imagination, comma, little else, end quote.
Even I noticed something, and my eyes aren't what they used to be. You know, I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about.
Judge has active imagination, end quote.
Please, continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of a story.
Hey, I'm the one asking questions here, usually. Actually, talk about work to get a thumbs up for the interview. Reporter leverages story, comma, gets his interview, end quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare.
So you threatened to go to press with this story? That's how you got your interview? Blackmail?
Well, yes. I mean, no. I wasn't exactly black. I mean, I'm not...
Something wrong, Mr. Brussel?
Look, this is my story, my tidbit. Journalist's info is livelihood, end quote.
I see.
Well, you have me chatting away in here. What's going on out there? What if some Wally Wordsworth or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? They could be going to press while I'm going to waste.
The court feels your pain, Mr. Brussel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace.
A certain case 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago? Bum bum. All right. We gotta find his tell. I know his tell. Or at least I know one of them. He might have multiple. Alita Tiala had multiple tells. Is there a way that I can watch him for it without revealing to the viewer what it is? Okay. God, he's gross. Nothing? Huh, okay. It might just not be in this testimony. I might have to press on him. Ah, Drew's talent. His actual talent. Oh. You want to run that one for me again? All right, let's see it. He sweats. He gets pit stains. That's his tell.
Gotcha!
I cannot tell you how long it took child Tessa to find that. Because it's not even both armpits. It's one fucking armpit. And you would expect his tail to be on his face or his throat or his hand and not here. I actually managed, I don't even think I had the resources to look it up. Because I didn't have a phone. I didn't have, we only had the one computer in the house and it was my mom's and I didn't usually have access to it. So I just had to bump my head against shit. What? Is it funny, Regular Zebra? That is one of the ones I remembered. The ones that I remembered were Alita fiddling with the scarf. I thought it was Olga fiddling with the scarf, but I remembered it hiding strangulation scars, which was Alita, and this guy sweating, and a tell for Kristoff. Sweat much, Mr. Brushel?
Yeah, well, a man can't help his glands, you know.
Wow, one of the least present sprite and text combinations in any Phoenix Wright game. It's more than that. When Mr. Misham's talent was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets.
You're hiding.
Oh. Brushel was animated saying that, but that's an Apollo line. What a weird bug. You're hiding something about his talent.
What? That's ridiculous.
Evidence time. Let's show where Mr. Misham's true talent lay. Just so happens I have evidence showing the talent mentioned in that letter. Forgery.
I can't help but wonder what the court is supposed to conclude from this evidence. Man burns bread, forgets to cross first.
Okay, really? Why does it count if I show the original painting but not the duplicate he made? That doesn't make any sense. They should both count. His talent isn't stealing paintings, it's counterfeiting paintings. The evidence should be the counterfeit painting. This painting was found in Mr. Misham's studio. There are two problems with this painting. The first is it wasn't painted by Mr. Misham. Second is that there was another painting in the studio, which I tried to present 5 seconds ago, but the game wouldn't let me. Which looked exactly like this one, except it was only half done. Imagine if I'd showed it. Then we have a letter discussing a payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation. The business of making forgeries.
Oh!
I got fooled by the duplicate. No, I didn't. I showed the real one. That is all, Your Honor.
Everyone, please, everyone! Can we keep this private, please? This is my story, my scoop!
Forgery? That's a serious crime!
Drew Misham is known as an artist these days. But there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back.
Another art, meaning forgery?
Drew Misham was talented, all right. Talented at making precise, detailed nisemono, which is Japanese for face. A fact that certain criminal elements were quick to discover.
Criminal elements? Metal Gear? What? You can't seriously be talking about...
Exactly. I'm talking about forging evidence. The rumors started circulating 7 years ago.
7 years ago? So, are we to understand that this letter, this payment of $100,000 was for...
Exactly. Forged evidence that's tiny profit, end quote.
Ah, Phoenix is the killer.
Order! Order! Order!
Phoenix looks so cool in this design. I wish they didn't clean him up in later games. He should have stayed like this. If they wanted to bring a right back into the business, they could have had Trucy become the new main character.
Why, it's like our victim is living a double life.
Actually, that'd be really cute. I'm imagining adult Trucy in a three-piece blue suit now. Aha! This is my chance! So the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about. This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. I'm only a prosecutor. I never heard of such a thing. We certainly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation. Then you guys fucked up because we fucking found a letter that plainly indicates criminal activity. Objection! But how do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here. Objection! Clavier kinda hot? But there's no proof tying this letter to our case. Our case was and remains simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mug that night. And you, of course.
Hey! The only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews.
Thank you, Stream Elements. It's true. MK recently had me upgrade to this SSD, and to complete my computer refitting, she also suggested I fundraise for a new CPU. So if you enjoy the stream, you want to help expand my capacity, obviously I don't need a really great computer to play Phoenix right, I hope you'll consider donating. Thank you.
Mr. Brushel, your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen.
What are you talking about? My journalism is rock solid. Journalism so solid you could stand an elephant on it, end quote.
In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. We can ascertain the situation in that studio from the recap. The trial is over.
Apollo, what's he talking about? Cross-examination showed Mr. Brushel didn't have reason or means to poison him. As long as there are no other suspects, then the killer had to be Vera. That's what. What are you going to play first on the new CPU? I don't know, probably a test custom game, which are mostly older, but it depends if anything new or interesting actually comes out. When's that fucking Liza P DLC dropping? This next testimony is our last chance.
Mr. Brushel, your testimony, please.
Sekiro. I already own Sekiro on the PS4, and I would not buy it again, both because that's generally my principle, so that I don't end up buying multiple copies of video games from multiple platforms, but also I would never pay money for Sekiro, ever. So.
The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She's admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during that interview was the mug. And nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter.
Yes, MK, but I'm definitely not going to stream Baldur's Gate 3 again. If I had twice as much free time as I in reality have, I would like to play Baldur's Gate 3 again off stream. Certainly, I started a new character in a new playthrough once I was wrapping up my on-stream one. But it's such a long fucking game, and the early game especially is so brutal. Especially for a dummy like me, I was no idea how tactical, how CRPGs work. A nice testimony, clear, succinct, und without room for doubt.
Ah, shucks.
You mean the new anti-woke samurai game?
You really think so?
I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your final cross-examination.
I'm me.
Clever donor name IDK, thank you so much for the $10 donation. Right. I still have one trump card left to play, and I won't let this trial end until I use it.
Cross-examination.
Good thing he's not sweating again. So, nothing left the studio after he died. I'd like to start by just presenting the mailbox and seeing if I can get away with that. Objection! Boom. Gotten away with. This is the only link between that studio and the outside world.
A letterbox.
What did Mr. Brushel just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter.
Yeah, I said that, and yeah, it was true.
Furthermore, you went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox.
Ah!
But that very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night, the yellow envelope disappeared. Or the letter carrier picked it up after he was killed, which is more likely. Ah, yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing. Nothing. Huh?
There's a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Bisham.
Man, y'all are stupid.
Is it really important that this envelope the witness says he saw disappeared?
Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. That seems very important to me.
Very well then, the witness will add this to his testimony.
You got it.
I still think this fails to change anything, Herr Forehead. I wouldn't be so sure. A letter disappeared from the crime scene that night. This is exactly the opening I've been looking for.
I hardly think that matters.
Let's talk to him about it. Nothing could be more serious than an envelope disappearing from that studio. And you were hiding that fact from us.
Yes, well, actually,
I don't argue the possibilities that the letter disappeared from that studio. Herr Forehead, isn't there a much more serious question before us? Right, how Mr. Misham was poisoned, I know. Mr. Brushel's testimony has changed, which means the fact of the case have too. What he's told us means something entirely different now, I'm starting to think. Let's keep thinking, Apollo. I mean, can I just present the... Oh shit, I didn't mean to press again, sorry. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. The only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. Maybe I'll present the frame here. Objection! Nope. It sucks when you know you get the point, but you don't know how the game wants you to communicate it. Objection! Not that way either, huh? Let me try pressing the final statement. There's two only helpful books. This is... Hang on. There's a fucking court record. You can't access the normal court record during this, so I can't look at the profiles. Prosecutor boy here is Clavier... I almost said Gannon. Clavier Gavin. It's his older brother who was Christoph Gavin in the first case. Hold it! You say clearly as though it were obvious. This claim that the defendant poisoned the victim is merely conjecture.
Yes, well, you see, my business is all about making the most ridiculous things sound right. A bad habit, I know. Yes, well, actually, I guess this is more a case of ridiculous journalist sounds wrong, end quote.
The court is forced to agree with you. Please refrain from wild conjecture.
Understood loud and clear.
If only I could believe that. Fuck. Okay. Hold it! You're sure about that?
Well, to be really, really precise, I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time.
One of those candies might have been poisoned. Yet at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of... Oh my god. No fresh fragrance of mint filled the room. That is a tongue twister in a German accent, my lord. And no mint residue was found. It was a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee?
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof...
The possibility is there, I can feel it. Just maybe not prove it, not yet. I mean, I can. I have the fucking frame. Garrulus, thank you. I'd love a treat. Ingested that poison via a route other than the coffee. proof is possible. Here goes nothing. You do understand what we need, yeah? Proof, Herr Forehead, not possibilities. Of course. And Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof. What did you say? Why did he say he didn't have proof yet? Seconds before he said, I do have proof. Oh, congrats, Garrulus. That's definitely the date it is. I have proof of the disappearing envelope. I saw him writing a letter, I did.
Which was picked up by the mailman, I assume?
Of course, which means that envelope had a stamp on it.
A stamp. Ah!
As we all know, stamps come with dried glue on the back. Not in fucking 2025, they don't. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it by licking the stamp. No one was talking to actually lick stamps in this day and age. Oh, okay. Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead after all. That makes sense. It is an old stamp and he's a shut-in. Okay, so he licks the stamp. But wait, how does that explain the atropine on the rim of the coffee mug? If he licked the back of a poisoned stamp, the poison would get on his tongue, yes? What would then happen if he put the coffee mug to his mouth? Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing. It was the other way around.
What?
The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Misham. Mr. Misham poisoned the coffee mug himself.
Order! 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 But that does it?
Recall, if you would. Troquinine is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope. But his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe. Isn't there supposed to be like a boom as it cuts between them? Vine boom, insert vine boom. Here, let me move myself over a little.
You have something to add, Mr. Brussel?
Uh-oh, his nose is picking up another scent.
As I believe I mentioned earlier. Well, that's the thing. After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Yes, a stamp! A so-called postage stamp, end quote.
Look at how much less unpleasant he looks in black and white. Because you can't tell he has terrible 5 o'clock shadow.
But you know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one.
Maybe he'd just run out?
Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps, not a single one.
That does pose a problem. How will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison?
Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. It makes proving the stamp he used was poison possible. Good show, good show. You can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene in the first place.
Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. Where is your evidence that proves the existence of this poisoned stamp?
Take that!
Well, that certainly is a cute little frame, and by little I mean really little.
It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I noticed that too during my inspection. So what? Apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important.
Missing something?
If they call it coffee, Godot will run into the room like a dog that just heard dinner. Right, where is Diego Armando in this world? It's been 7 years. Has his sight recovered? Lamirar was talking about getting a surgery that cured her blindness. Imagine if they didn't have that surgery and Lamirar came in with a Godot-style headset on. No Garrulus before. No, just. I think they said he was being sent to jail in Trials and Tribulations, just. I do not believe he was executed. A pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. A troquinine residue. What? Why wasn't I told about this? Great fucking question, dude. You know your detective's working for me? We go way back, dude. She thinks you're a fag, by the way. The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most. You aren't saying... Yup. Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps?
Order! Order! The poison stamp was in this frame.
Impossible.
Prosecutor Gavin,
Why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide if some wood struck.
You know, can I say something? I had a thought, see?
what, Mr. Brussel? And please stop jittering around like that.
The victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger forges friends, makes enemies too, end quote.
So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him. He's really hot. Oh. Oh, rich. That's rich. Leave the ridiculous flights of fancy to the gaff in the song lyrics, please. Finally, something we agree on. The stamp was a murder weapon? Nonsense. Murder's a simple business. Who goes to such lengths? No one. How about somebody wanted to conceal their involvement in fucking forgery, you dumbass? Oh, I disagree. Come again? Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Drew Misham hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail.
The mail!
Now, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet, but you knew red letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon. Ridiculous! Where's your proof? I want proof. Show us evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. I'm pretty sure this letter mentions the stamp. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp. I, for one, cannot imagine the convoluted murder case. Me, Clever Gavin, the prosecutor in the Ace Attorney universe. I might not have evidence, per se. Things are finally starting to come together. What is it, Apollo? Your fists are trembling. Sorry, I should have done fists of steel this morning. I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Mission was killed.
Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice.
A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Misham the stamp of death.
Isn't this the envelope? The one from 7 years ago?
Oh, look, it says California on it. It's like Drew Misham, 57 Cape Rivera Drive. Yankeeville, California. Go to fucking hell. It's Yankeeville. It's Yankeeville, California. Hey, what should we call our fictional town in California? That's not even the side of the country with Yankees. They're an East Coast thing. I'm in a position to know. Honky Town, Pennsylvania. Think about the text of the letter again. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. Is there really? Well, again, Tiger Girl. That is the East Coast. And this is page 2. Even if Yankee territory really is New England specifically. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor.
Ah!
In other words, if I have this straight, the stamp, poison, on the stamp, lick, lick, gasp, end quote.
Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked? He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in his letterbox. 15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath. And the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene.
Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system.
Such a splendid imagination you have, Herr Forehead. Let me confirm one thing, Mitchell, if I might. So, this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago? Yeah? Is that what you'd have us believe? Really? Well, it is a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility. Yes, a fairly small possibility. How small, I wonder? A poison stamp in this envelope? A stamp that then became some murder weapon? How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence? Well, yeah, it was 7 years ago, and we don't even know who sent that letter. And your answer is silence, I see. Very well, I move to... What? Why are you showing up here? It's not nice to pick on the Fräulein, Clavier. Why are you here? Oh my god. Emma! Well, like my Christoph Gavin impression, did I sound like him? Don't quit your day job. Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, Fräulein Detective, instead of imitating my humiliating murderer brother? That was a good bit. Someone had to come dig you out of all the mess you're making of this case. Mess? You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted in science a little more. How does she even know about Christoph? She wasn't involved in that bit. You can find out if that stamp was in the envelope easy. Care to explain yourself, Fräulein Detective? Glare at me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? That's right, the poison detection spray.
Produce the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court.
It just seems so cruel. Like, Clavier is a prosecutor. Obviously, the fact that his older brother committed murder would be really embarrassing for him. Why would she show him up like that? That's so mean.
You can open it on the authority of the court.
Up. There we go. Can you fucking do the thing, video game?
Well, would you look at that?
No mistaking it. That's a troquinine residue.
I don't believe it! A murder weapon from the past? Now, 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last! Bars!
Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why didn't this murder take place 7 years ago? Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Misham figured it out.
Figured what out?
He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead, so he sent his reply with a different stamp.
And put his decisive evidence in a frame.
Then why would he use it?
You're still here?
Can I make a statement here on the record? I, Spark Razortooth Brussel, claim this scoop as mine. Drew Misham killed in cold blood by sender of 7-year-old letter, end quote. No, maybe something more succinct. Star falls after 7-year delay, end quote.
Order! Order! I see no room for further argument here. Though I admit this is all coming as quite a shock, to think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years.
Excuse me.
Stamp his ticket straight to afterlife, end quote.
Uh-oh. I think the witness is a bad influence on the judge.
I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant.
Apollo! I think we just won!
Very well, this court finds the defendant.
He's doing a lot of air guitar in this case. Oh, he's got him on his middle and his middle fingers and his thumbs. Is this supplied future of our legal system? That's so cool. He's so cool. They should have had him show up and testify at some point, so I could have done the eyeball shit at him and seen him twiddling his rings around.
Prosecutor Gavin?
A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago? Tickets for Gaviner's shows are invalid after 2 weeks.
But it doesn't make sense any other way.
It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in Herr Forehead's claim. A contradiction? A poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago.
whereupon it was framed until now. If that's the case, then why would Drew Misham have done what he did? Emma explained that. He must have realized it was poisoned. Therein lies the rub. 7 years ago, the forger Drew Misham sets the trap and puts the stamp in the frame. I do not debate this, but this begs the question. Why, 7 years later, did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? It's not really relevant to the question of who poisoned him. Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Misham simply forgot? Put the murder weapon in the frame on his desk for 7 years and forgot?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean Vera did it. And that's clearly where the poison came from.
You expect us to believe he's applying the trap on himself?
Wah! I don't know that it really matters.
While I admit this is all quite shocking myself, it does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap that had been sitting on his desk for 7 years.
He could have put the stamp in the frame for another reason. Maybe the job fell through. Did he even receive the payment? Like, maybe he checked his account and the 100,000 wasn't deposited to it. So he didn't mail the letter. And he kept the stamp as a keepsake of the job. And then he used it because he was in a hurry that night. It's a way to explain it. Apollo? I don't think we're winning anymore.
I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you.
Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope?
The poison stamp? Where exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court for us? I see no proof that such a thing ever existed.
There's poison residue on the letter in the shape of a stamp, you asshole. And in the frame, there's so much proof. Objection! What about the atroquinine residue, huh?
Oh, I agree. That does seem to be a atroquinine residue. But her forehead, it's certainly no stamp.
Yeah, but
even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drew Misham never would have used it. That is all.
I believe we've come to a conclusion. Again!
Apollo, were we wrong the whole time? You're right, Vera did kill him. What the fuck? No, it's not possible. I can't believe it. The poison traces match up. It can't be coincidence.
I'd like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year. Mr. Justice?
Yes, Your Honor. I know, right, Garrulus?
Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Misham received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison atroquinine on the document inside that envelope. A similar trace was also found at the crime scene, on this tiny picture frame. The defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope. An envelope that left the scene of the crime with the poison stamp on it.
Yes, but even if this envelope contained the poison stamp, and Drew Misham, knowing this, put it in the frame, he never would have used that stamp.
I'm afraid you're right, which means there's a fatal flaw in the defense's case. Which means they lose, and Vera, who's demonstrated to not have been able to kill Drew Misham, killed Drew Misham.
I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, I'm sure of it. The traces of atroquinine, the envelope, the frame, and Drew Misham's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow.
Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us?
The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. Right, Entros, why? We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense. It means that one of our clues must be a fake.
What? Ah, fake clue? Fascinating. But if we find this fake, your wild fantasy will prove quite reasonable, yeah?
The fake clue that's thrown us off the poison's trail is none other than Drew Misham.
The victim was a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand.
I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself.
Congratulations. You've completely lost me. Is this another fucking body double? So the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger. Makes a good story, I'll give you that.
The fake clue. Fakes. Forgeries. Ah! I know that face. That's the I just had an idea face.
He created a fake Drew Misham to take his place that evening for the interview. It was a robot. You saw all that shit in his lab.
I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake?
Come again?
7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed.
Is the actual forger his fucking daughter? Was she making forgeries at age 12? Is that the fucking story? That his daughter was a master forger at age 12? Phoenix Wright does love its tween prodigies.
7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into that very same trap and dies. Why?
That's what I want to know.
Because the forger who was killed was a fake.
Here we are again. The victim was a fake?
One forger smelled the trap. One forger fell into the trap. That's 2 forgers, and one of them was a fake. Thank you, Stream Elements. Folks, I am raising money for a new CPU, and it would mean a lot to me if you could help contribute. Thank you in advance.
Order! Order! Order!
So you're telling us that Drew Misham, the victim, was a fake? Well, if he was the fake, who's the real forger? We'd better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo.
I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story. Mr. Justice, please implicate your own client.
If Drew Misham wasn't the real forger, there's only one other person it could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Misham was himself a forgery. The real forger was... There can only be one explanation, really. The real identity of the forger known as Drew Misham is none other than his only daughter, Vera Misham.
You're fucking accusing your own client of like almost a decade of forgery, you asshole!
Order! Order! Mr. Justice! This is going out on a limb even for you!
This is the second time in as many cases that I have incriminated my own client to get them out of a different charge.
I kind of agree. I mean, Vera, a forger? Let's consider it before you write it off entirely.
Maybe the statute of limitations for forgery is like really short. Yeah, 6 months.
If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery had been taking place in that studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger.
Well, actually, that does make a certain kind of sense.
One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were...
It makes so much more sense to say that he didn't send the letter 7 years ago for a different reason. Like he never got the money, and then used the stamp on the spur of a moment when he needed one. That is so much less of a logical leap that he didn't recognize the stamp was poisoned than that someone recognized the stamp was poisoned that wasn't him.
Drew Misham's and Vera Misham's. If we know that Drew Misham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Misham. Well...
And Trots. Now, that actually makes more sense if it's Vera, because a child might think the stamp was pretty. She was 12. Fascinating.
Vera Misham? You've been paying attention to the trial so far?
Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger, Drew Misham? She's really cute. I get to say that. She's 19.
Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face.
I'm used to being stared at by Fräuleins, believe me.
Oh my god. Fun fact for you guys. At the thrift store I took Barry to this morning, they had a number of Funko Pops for sale, as you might well expect, because there's 5 million of those things and they're garbage. And I was put to the ultimate test of whether I would ever buy one, which I'm happy to say I passed, because they had a Saul Goodman Funko Pop. Barry asked me if I wanted it, and I said, no, I don't want a Funko Pop. She was like, wow, if you won't do it for Saul Goodman, you won't do it for anything.
So they usually talk to me too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art? You can trust me. Look at how handsome I am. I'm a rock star, you know. Please ignore that I'm also the district attorney.
Yes.
So the forger, Drew Misham, was you?
Yes, it was me.
What? What?
She is cute. I dig the big comfy couch vibe of her outfit.
Court was in an uproar, and it wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess.
Millennium eyes restrict Funko Pop. All of the eyes are black circles. What the fuck? I just quit the game? That was so disorienting. October 8th, 1:24 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 6. Okay. So where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Thank you, Stream Elements. Yes, I'm doing a subathon tomorrow, guys, starting at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard here on the East Coast. So please, it would mean so much to me if you were there. Please don't let me do like an hour subathon that ends as soon as it starts, please. All right. Well, the Drew Misham who was killed wasn't Drew Misham the forger, basically. Huh? Well, then who was he? Well, he was actually... Hang on, this song rocks. Nice, man. Doing her nails. Yay! I can do my nails too. I don't know that I do have an emery board here. Awesome. I don't know if you guys remember, but when I was streaming Metal Gear Solid 2, during some of the cutscenes, I would get out my emery board and start doing my fucking nails. So, you really made those forgeries? Yes. Her father. I know it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. Oh, my beautiful girlfriend. Baby, can I make a request?
Yes.
Could you bring me a vanilla Coke from the fridge, please?
Sure.
Thank you. You see, my father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, Father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent. The talent for making forgeries? How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I could make anything. Anything? Father was so proud, and I so happy. But in the end, I was making those. I love that she has to draw the face because of her flat affect. She's so neurotypical. I love her so much. Forgeries. Look at the fucking bear. Or is it a lion? I think it's a lion on her overalls. My God. I've never had a good constitution nor personality. I was literally just talking about how I liked your personality. I know very little of the world outside my door.
now because of me, Father is... I'm gonna say Drew Misham kind of high-key abused her by keeping her shut in the house for her entire life. She probably would not be quite so withdrawn. Like, I know he had agoraphobia, and that's his cross to bear and everything, but my God, he should have found someone to foster his daughter, because look what happened to her.
My child will also be a NEET.
Do you know about this red envelope?
I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. No, Dad, that's your dream.
So you were already creating your works back then?
Why would I foster my daughter? She's making me bank drawing Rembrandts. I started when I was only 12 years old. Okay, so this was one of your first forgeries then. So the one who figured out the stamp was poisoned, that was... Mr. Justice, it's time! To the courtroom, please. How did she figure that out? What, was she reading Nancy Drew?
Right, out of time. Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio.
I painted those as part of my work.
Right, see, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings.
I see. Mr. Justice.
Yes?
Father, he knew of you.
Right, so the first time I played this when I was a kid, I checked out the sketches under the paintings from the last one first, as I did when I streamed it. And when I streamed it, I remembered that they were all Apollo's cases, but when I first played this game and found the undersketch of the Gaviners concert, I assumed that Drew Misham was just a Gaviners fan. This rough sketch is only half hidden by the oil painting. I'll never understand artists. Still, it's impressive. I wouldn't think you could make such a dark sketch under a little paint. Well, it is called oil paint for a reason. I'll bet it's pretty oily. The paint, I mean. Fuck you. I'm still waiting for you to get to your point. Yeah.
Of both of you.
Your late father?
He was watching, gathering information. All about the Wright and Company law offices.
Wow, Phoenix. This sounds like a case that you had a lot of fingers in. Like maybe you shouldn't have been allowed to pick the jury for this case, Phoenix. But lately, we're not doing just law.
Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano.
Well, they're not really gags.
Yet when Father heard you had resumed the legal business, how pleased he was.
Who was Mr. Misham? How am I supposed to know? He's your real father, Trucy. What if he was Daddy's daddy?
Ooh, Misham Wright.
Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. Not really. Phoenix is 33. Drew Misham is almost exactly 20 years older than that. It's extremely possible that he could have fathered Phoenix Wright, at least temporally. They don't look anything alike. And Phoenix probably knew who his parents were. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. Screenshot, 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 screenshot. We know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out. Oh, have you seen that, regular Zebra? October 8th, 1:36 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 3.
Court is now back in session.
She's so dreamy, oh my god. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. I wonder if this is the work of media that got me to start biting my nails.
Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this Drew Misham forger persona?
There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head. I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard? your dick because you're so horny for clavier, obviously.
Very well, miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries?
Perhaps you'll also answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one?
Yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it.
She's just like me.
So, she was the one who made the forgeries.
Yet she did not wish to reveal the truth of the operation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her.
Her lashes are drawn with so much care.
I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I?
Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You have seen this before, yeah?
Yes. It was in the desk drawer.
I don't know how Drew Misham kept his... Like, Drew Misham did not live in a big apartment. He lived in an apartment. How did he support him and his daughter and a thriving forgery business through agoraphobia without his apartment being a complete fucking sty?
You may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope.
Hi, Lockshield.
I created things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work that was other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio.
Oh, okay. They moved? Pretty tough for an agoraphobe to do.
There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony.
Not that the witness realizes it.
Very well, please begin the cross-examination.
Right, okay. I need more information about this forger. This Drew Misham. Vroom, vroom. What do you mean your first work that was other than a painting? Let's talk about that. By other than a painting, you mean you'd only done paintings up to that point?
Yes. But Father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings.
For instance?
For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup,
How the fuck do you fake a fingerprint?
or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter.
None of this makes her sound very innocent at all.
And the 100,000 promised in this letter was the start. The beginning of a new industry for Drew Misham.
A new industry?
The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words.
She must have had a steady ass hand. Uh-oh. Father handled the deal, all of it. Received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after. Why did she put it in a frame? Because it's very possible that, like I said, she just thought it was pretty and kept it instead of using it as she was instructed because she was 12 years old. What do you mean you received it? No shit, Todd.
Did I do something wrong?
You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back, troquinine.
Wow, holy shit are you leading the witness? Jesus Christ! A moment have ahead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps you would tell us, Fräulein Vera. Why did you receive this stamp?
Is something wrong?
It was beautiful.
Right.
Ah, you mean it was one of those commemorative stamps?
Yes, I think it was.
So, you didn't know about the poison? cute. Cute expression. Really fun. I guess not.
So the trap failed by chance, by mistake.
The thing is, Vera, I think you only need to draw each of those once, and then you can just flip through them.
Thanks to this commemorative stamp.
Quite the close call.
Okay. Oh, shit. I guess I'll press her on everything. I don't have anything contradictory here at all. $57. Oh, it starts with a C. Is that Cape Riviera Drive, Yankeeville? Cape Rivera or Riviera Drive, Yankeeville, California. 96184. Or 96124. Area code 96184. That's Reno! Okay, I don't think I'm reading it right. I'm not confident in my reading of 96184. But that's the fucking area code for Reno. So, these things you were making, you mean paintings identical to other paintings, right?
The closer they were, the happier Father was. I was happy too.
Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work?
My first painting sold when I was 12.
Your Honor! She had no idea what she was doing was illegal!
This is little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery.
True. Please, tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father. I'll just tell you that. You don't seem like you're easily traumatized.
All right.
It's true, Arby. So, you didn't know how the things you were making were being used?
I enjoy painting very much.
I think I understand. The Fräulein has lived in an unusual little world.
Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope?
Father signed them and sent them back, I believe.
Did he follow the instructions? Send him the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp.
Why, young lady, I'd say your father was exceptionally alive, in fact. This is a rather important matter. Give your answer some thought.
Right, this is where she says that she kept the stamp. Received is clearly not the right word in the translation here. I was confused about that earlier. Received is the right word for her getting it in the mail, which is maybe why they made that mistake in translation, but clearly she meant kept or took. You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is?
Yes, we saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books.
Wow, he's not even drawing the fucking picture books? What an asshole. Is he just taking all of the money for his child daughter's accomplishments? I mean, I guess she has it now because he died.
This single job had tied them to the criminal underworld. I think Mr. Mission wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large.
When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work.
So that was the real essence of the artist Drew mission. You did the work and he supplied the face.
So, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in.
It's just sad. That's so cute.
Apparently not.
$100 says that she has a sprite of her smiling by the end of this, but that really is annoying to me. I think that she should probably just stay flat affect the entire time. About this commemorative stamp, could you tell us more about it?
It was very pretty, and more than that,
Yes?
It was a picture of people I liked at the time.
Oh no. It's the fucking magicians.
This is something new.
Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fräulein.
I love that animation. Her favorite magicians.
The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it.
Why hasn't she reacted to Trucy the entire time, who's essentially cosplaying as one of them? Also, I just realized she's signing all of her drawings. Magicians?
I love mysterious things. I always have.
Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat. You're confusing mysterious with freaky.
Father took me when I was very young.
Mr. Hat is an outlier and should not have been counted. Yay! Yay! Gotta eat all the foam off the top of the float because it crystallizes. This is really a let's play of eating an ice cream float when you think about it. Also, people don't say let's plays anymore. That was more of a YouTube thing, huh? Excellent. Sorry, I was apparently hungry. Jesus Christ. Regular zebra. Yes, my vocabulary has not progressed since I was in high school. I hate to say it, but I don't actually watch that many streams except for my friends' streams. There we go. Very droll, just very droll. Now, unfortunately, I don't have my custom hot sauce on my desk here. God damn, man. Thank you, Diesel Shot. Also, hello. Alright. That was delicious.
It was a great magic show. I loved it so much.
See? See? Isn't magic great? Fine, great, yeah, sure. No need to get all excited.
But the magic troupe we saw disbanded soon after. I was quite sad.
Did she just say what I think she said? Magic troupe? Now where have I heard that before? The red envelope came after she'd completed her first job. That makes it a letter from her client, whoever wanted a forgery made. Apollo! We're close. Just have to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon in a red envelope, and the path it took to take Drew Mission's life. I think they just want me to present something about the Grammarys when she says her favorite magic troupe, even though that is, again, not a contradiction. Was it the Grammarys? Objection! That's not an objection. Those magicians you liked, was it this bunch? Yeah, just this is like the 4th or 5th one. Apollo, they're not a bunch.
I see. Still, I have to wonder, why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter?
Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat Troop Grammary.
But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it.
Okay, well, they didn't know they were sending it to a fucking 12-year-old girl.
Ironic, don't you think, Prosecutor Gavin? Prosecutor Gavin?
Grammarly. I'm having trouble. Hang on. How do you say this word? This English word is very difficult. Grammarly?
What's with Gavin?
Might I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please tell me, what exactly did you make?
Can I ask why?
No! Answer the question! Now! 1,000 years dungeon for Clavier.
Prosecutor Gavin, you're usually not the one whose volume concerns me.
Yes, this is unbecoming of me, I apologize. But I must know. Please, Ms. Misham, tell me. Objection! Irrelevant.
No, it's even better than that, Garrulus, because it's literally objection, relevance, which is fucking fantastic. It's not even asserting that it's irrelevant. Thank you, Pipe Plater. It's not even asserting that it's irrelevant. It's just straight up being like, you want to tell me how that matters at all? Bitch. And then the judge says sustained. And it's like, you didn't even have to form an argument. You just say objection relevance. Anyway.
It was a book. A single page in a book.
A book? Please be more specific.
It was a handwritten book, like a diary.
Oh, my fists of fury! No, I bounced. No!
Also, yes, thank you, Stream Elements. I am fundraising for a new CPU. MK says I should get one, and I believe her. I want to have a top-of-the-line machine so I can stream top-of-the-line games for you guys. What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost.
Miss Misham, this book. Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover? Yes or no?
How did you know?
Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her.
He's told you nothing, has he? Your soiled, sullied mentor, nothing?
Sullied who?
He's not really much of a mentor. If I'm being real, Clavier, it's not like Phoenix rocks up and is like, "Hi, Apollo, I'm here to give you some expert legal advice due to my many years as an ace attorney." No, he spends all his time at the fucking track. "Hey, Apollo, I need you to babysit my teenage daughter again. Anyway, bye." Phoenix White, who else?
Daddy?
He never told you about the trial 7 years ago? About how he came to lose his attorney's badge. It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know.
Okay, thank you so much for the $5.
A certain diary. On the back it bore the mark of a silk hat.
What?
I'm me.
Standard Hunter, thank you so much for the $30. Expert legal advice like lie, cheat, forge evidence. Phoenix Wright tossed out of the profession by false evidence. And the forger who made that evidence is this girl standing right in front of me. Vera, you must tell us. Evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Misham, you, to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes, who was it?
I've never seen a woman.
Also, thank you for the 10 months, AK.
We only met once.
You met the client? Well, who was it?
It was.
What's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again.
Yes, what? Is there something about me?
I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary.
Oh shit, do I have schmutz on my bottom lip? I totally did. I had a tiny grilled cheese crumb. Thank you, MK. Who was it? Vera! Oh yeah, poison in the nail polish and she's been biting her nails. Jesus Christ.
The devil.
Fuck yes, dude. Acute troquinine poisoning. Boom, there you go. This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Misham. Usually say, yeah, the trial for the murder. Of the trial for the murder. This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Misham. Vera Misham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. She is currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. Who is saying this? Is this Phoenix? A very simple case at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. Hey! In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. And that is where we must go. To find the whole truth. To be continued. Let us get this over with, Hellride. I have cocaine to do. You know I'm a rising star. I decided to get into prosecuting. Why the fuck not? Alright. Wait, I fucking hit B again. I'm sorry. It's so confusing to navigate. Why does it ask me if I want to quit the game every time I save it? Please. Yes, I am doing a subathon tomorrow morning. Thank you. Showdown time. Oh, this is, yeah, the card game. I lost. It's only a game of poker. Game I've played for a long time and only lost twice. Who's talking to whom? Who was the first? I don't know who these characters are. The man I killed, of course. It seems I've found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards? Why, yes, over a game of cards. That was how we first met. I don't have to do Apollo's voice for this case. 7 years ago. I decided I would take care of his daughter for the rest of my life. Phoenix Wright's final trial. Until the 3DS games. Don't think about those. April 19th, 9:27 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. I'm sorry, there's just so many things about this. I'm sorry, there's just so many fucking things about this. The silly sleepy time hat covered in spades, the bullet hole in his forehead, the bullet hole in the clown's forehead, the golden ancient gun. When you're being mean to me, this is who you're being mean to. An old man dying in a hospital bed. Magnify's autopsy report. Cause of death, single gunshot to the head. Estimated time of death, 11 to 11:30 p.m. Magnify Grammary, excuse me, age 67. He wasn't even really that old. He looked a lot older. Estimated time of death, April 13th. Homestuck day. Cause of death, loss of blood from bullet wound. Note, malignant tumor found in victim's liver. This is Shadi Enigmar. The client in this case usually goes by his stage name, Zach Grammary. And this is Magnify Grammary. The victim in this case died after being shot in the head while in the hospital. Okay. Ooh, okay. It's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Gotta try and relax. Good morning, Mr. Enigmar.
I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly.
I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared.
I understand I'm asking the impossible of you.
Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards.
And that was enough.
Actually, it wasn't. Trust me.
Oh, morning, Daddy.
Ah, I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you?
I'm fine as always.
Was there another character in this game who laughed like that?
This old boy is here to help me after all.
That's young man to you. I slipped into Apollo there. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks. My first show's today, after all.
Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about?
Old boy.
Huh? Me? Look what he started. No, RB, I think it is a young man misunderstanding.
Here.
It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell, Magnifi Grammary. It make at 10 to supported work farewell. Sorry, it just looked like some Death Note shit. I wanted to try reading it. Will longer than remain. Have life's thanks. Farewell. What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
What's this? A memo for you or some such?
Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. Did the fucking victim's diary. Look at the name at the end, you ass. I'll give it a read later. Fuck this. Notebook page added to the court record.
Well, how do you feel about the trial today?
Oh my god, the old music! Fucking crank it. Is this from the third Phoenix Wright game? I don't remember what, like, defense lobby theme this is. God, this whips. This is a quality track. Alright. Is this one? I will wiggle. Fuck it. Each attorney's badge has a number engraved on the back. I'm not clicked in, hang on. No two numbers are the same. But if you drop it, people will know it was you. Better make sure I don't lose mine. Okay. I examined that. I examined this. Okay, you can't rotate it or anything. Oh, okay, then it must be from one. We'll get through it, somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear.
Ah, an easy win then, yes?
They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. That's every fucking prosecutor! Of course there's one of those every year. Fuck yes.
The switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it is a difficult situation I put you in, but allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright.
Yes?
They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So do your best, but do not worry.
First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can.
I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict.
Impossible?
Yes, isn't that right, Trucy?
Yep, you bet, Daddy.
My first look at the case was only yesterday. The information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can, for their sake.
I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright.
My client is Shoddy Enigmar, known to the world as Zach Grammary, a wildly popular magician, star of Troupe Grammary. His mentor, Magnifi Grammary, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic, until he was shot dead. Zach Grammary is the suspect. Oh my god. There we go. Who fucking cares? Oh, it's the old courtroom as well! Look, guys! It's a different courtroom! Same fucking judge. With all that Yannick stuff in the background.
Court is now in session for the trial of Shadia Nigmar.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
I don't even have to say anything. Look, I have fewer rings than I have in the future.
Is the prosecution ready?
I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really.
Buzzkill? Is this some new kind of crime?
One of the worst. This is a trial, yeah? There's the sweaty palms, the pounding hearts. A cavernous concert's got 10 times the thrill of this gig's got. Fuck this dude. God, he's hot though.
Who were you again?
Clivier Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, yeah?
Gavin? Defense attorney Christoph Gavin's.
Ah, figures my bro's more famous in this part of town. You mean this part of the fucking world? Germans.
Trucia Nigmar is that Grandma Marie's daughter, already dressed as the part of a magician to the hilt? What? That's not a turn of phrase. Lavere Gavin, lead singer for the mega hit band The Gaviners. You're out of your league, rock boy.
I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy. True, my debut single 13 Years Hard Time for Love went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this, yeah?
Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way.
What are you talking about? This is 100% my real voice. Don't ask why it's sometimes inconsistent how I pronounce V's and W's. Get off my dick, man.
Yeah, in that way, RB. I've never heard, like... they're saying, like, you're using it as if it's to, like, to a T. I hear to a T. I haven't heard to the hilt like that.
I'm just getting warmed up, Herr Tony Light.
Are they supposed to not actually be fucking European?
Perhaps you would be so kind as to fill us in on this case.
Achtung, baby. Time to call the opening act. What was his name again? Ah, yes. Detective Gumshoe. Hit it.
Woo! Yeah! Woo!
Und you are? Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct.
Oh man, it's been so long. Detective Gumshoe, long time no see.
Hey, you! Huh? Me? Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see?
What, you normally lack confidence in your testimony? You know he does.
Now, detective, this is my stage. Khan's antics. We need room for my antics. Huh? All this hey-youing and such. And I could care less about your history together.
Oh, okay. No, okay, yeah, let's examine that. No, absolutely. No, I'd be happy to do that. Let's examine that. Okay, so you're saying that you could care less about their history together, huh? Let's think about that. You have the capacity to care less, so you care to a greater extent than the lowest possible amount. There is room under how much you care for you to care less than you do presently, so you must care some amount, as opposed to if you had said that you couldn't care less, which would mean your care was at the minimum level, which would be a dismissal of the subject. Sure. God. Ugh, that pisses me off so fucking much. Anyway.
Und I could care less about your history together.
Uh-oh. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Hello, baby.
Hi.
Okay.
Oi! Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would.
I would love a treat. Thank you, Maddox. It seems like nobody responded to your assault of me in the chat.
Yeah,
They must be used to it by now.
Please tell us about the case at hand.
It happened 6 days back in a room at the General Hospital. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient asleep in a hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam, lights out. Them's the facts.
It was probably because I didn't actually.
Please don't drill me.
Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifique Gramarye, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were.
Ah, yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, so. Says the name Magnifique to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare.
What year was Clavier born in again?
2001! Right.
He is a super.
Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Troupe Gramarye has made quite a name for themselves.
Anyhow, the retired Magnifique's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? A malignant tumor or something. Doing something to his liver, I think? Yeah.
A malignant tumor, perhaps?
In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact.
Magnifique's chart added to the court record. Malignant tumor in liver has progressed to final stage with no hope of recovery. Patient has 3 months to live. Patient has chronic diabetes, requires regular insulin.
The facts do seem simple enough, but something's not right.
The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock, knock, knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him?
Did you have to get, you really have to get as many song references in as few dialogue lines as you can there, huh? I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die?
Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes.
Diabetes? Psychomantis.
In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin. Then he was shot with a pistol. The syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life.
Small syringe added to court record. Has been washed and shows no sign of use? What do you mean has been washed? Like of fingerprints? I always hated getting shots. I guess Magnifique was giving himself the insulin shots. There's no way I could do that. Wait, if Magnifique used this to inject his insulin, why are there no traces of it having been used? Something to keep in mind. Well, right, just, as do my injections, which I was about to talk about, but they need to render it in polygons and they need it to actually appear on the screen. So it has to be a certain thickness, because otherwise you can just go like, oh no, that's actually as zoomed out as it can be. Ah! Yeah, I used to give myself my estrogen injections, but I did not do that for very long because I learned that it is horrible giving yourself an injection. Insulin uses a narrower needle than I use for my estrogen shots as well. Where the fuck's the music, man? I was trying to drink my soda.
Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had?
Very well, detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting. Yes, sir! Witness testimony. Actually, the victim kinda ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. So the defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir.
What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting?
Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question.
My beloved student Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Okay, thanks. Magnifique's letter added to the court record.
Very unusual indeed.
Come on the 13th, 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. To lower income, you square, you both. Or Zach of Curtain PM, which shot forehead, we why. I don't know why I'm expecting some kind of secret message.
Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder?
I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter.
Ah, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court?
Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir.
One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason?
The devil is in the details, Herr Attorney.
Well, was there some reason?
As it turns out, there was, every night for a half hour, starting at 11. The victim, Magnific Ramore, was given an IV. An IV?
There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed.
At 11, a doctor would come in and set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night without fail.
But that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV.
Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would.
What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? Could have at least mentioned it to me. Cross-examination. Should I just present this and say, no, actually, he shot the clown in the forehead? I'm gonna try it. Fuck it. We ball. Objection! Nope. Guess again, you fucking dickhead. The witness's statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, but I can see nothing faulty. Unfortunately, I will have to penalize you, Mr. Wright.
I must be on the wrong track. Okay. Let's just press this then. How can you be so sure?
Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking.
Fail to grasp the concept of questioning, Detective.
First, we got this letter. It says shoot in the forehead loud and clear.
I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it.
Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. Shoot the old man in the head, come on.
You fail to grasp the concept of shooting people as bad, Detective. He is a cop.
We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene.
Places of gunpowder residue shows it had been fired recently.
Well, Mr. Wright, as far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim.
The photo. Maybe there's something in there I can use. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead? I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Enigmar shot something else. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me.
Yes?
What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes.
Bingo, pal! That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead.
Oh, the defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make.
Objection!
It's true, Brad.
What, you can prove that with this photo?
Yes, you stupid child. I can prove he had a choice, yes. He's 17! I mean, I would have been able to tell that if I just subtracted 7 from his age in the future, but Jesus Christ. Yes, gist. I remember that as well. Gumshoe's only 32.
The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. He didn't shoot the victim's forehead. What did the defendant shoot?
This is baby shit. This is like first case of the game shit.
The clown doll?
Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead too. I'm sorry, Bremy. Bremy, aka Maya Fan 99.
Oh, there's a hole in its forehead.
Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim. Pretty good arguing, Phoenix. Huh. And I suppose you have a reason as to why he shoots a clown doll? He didn't just shoot the doll. He shot the doll's forehead. His foreheads? Ah! Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead, which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. Gumshoe back sprite, you guys.
The defense has raised an intriguing possibility.
Oof, just oof.
That hole in the clown's forehead definitely looks like it was shot.
Very good, Brent.
Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter.
I admit I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. So, this guy is 17. I don't know about that, character artist. I don't know. I'm looking at the musculature here and there, and I don't know. I'm kind of dubious on the 17 thing. You couldn't have made him skinnier? Yeah, he's JoJo 17, no shit. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim. Objection! It's fine, he's a 17-year-old, he's just on steroids. Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead as ordered, but the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. Gumshoe, incidentally, is dying of old age. Stream Elements, thank you for reminding everybody. Guys, we're so close to our goal now. MK told me I should get a new CPU to go with my brand spanking new SSD that she also had me fundraise for, so I can have a really good computer for the stream, for you guys. Please.
The bullet hole in the clown doll's forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue, yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim.
So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. Doesn't realize just how big this little hole is gonna get. Wow! Jesus fucking Christ. It's a good thing you didn't say that out loud, Phoenix. In fairness, Normal Trees, Trucy says daddy like 30 times a stream.
Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony.
Wait until you see how fast this hole is filled, Herr Attorney. So what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal. But it says one shot, not two shots. So let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim? Hey, not a bad summary, pal. I don't know when to show that. That's not really relevant. Oh, shows no sign of use. That's gonna be fucking relevant at some point. Okay. More of a confirmation than a summary, but whatever. That was really more of a confirmation than a summary. But our defense attorney seems pleased enough with himself. Did these people ever miss a chance to mock me? Well, now that Mr. Wright's gotten that out of his system. Oh, right. Do they expect me to know that this kind of thing can only fire one bullet? Shall we continue with the testimony? I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. His testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention and read this letter carefully.
Okay. Alright. I'll start with the note and then maybe try the picture. Objection! Yeah, that's not it. I think they really do just expect me to know that kind of gun can only fire one shot. Objection! Nope. Never mind. Ah, that classic incorrect objection dialogue. It's so nice of them to make it so that the music stops if your objection is correct. They never go back on that. Doesn't the note say it? I mean, I just tried presenting the note. Pistol definitely belonged to the old man. Oh, let me ask about the pistol. Why are you so certain? What Pilot said is your head been stuck in all this time, pal. Never heard of Zack and Valant's quick draw shoot 'em? Neither of the notes says it, RB. Huh? What's that? What are the defendant's specialities? Don't worry about those people. Don't worry about who any of those people might be. Don't think about who any of those people might be. Zack and Valant stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This was one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it. Many boys and girls joined the police because of that pistol, I hear. Oh, God. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Troop Grabbery stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held onto that pistol ever since. Shit, really? I don't have it in evidence. Trot, don't you fucking say those words to me. I think I've pressed everything, which means there might be a contradiction that I'm not seeing. Oh, there it is. Gotcha, you're all by this time. What did I say? And this letter was sent by the victim. Okay. Huh? I had the handwriting checked out, of course. It's the victim's, no mistake. I see. Score 1 for the boys. I'm also a boy. I didn't lose. I was just ascertaining the facts. Why am I so annoyed?
But a letter ordering your own death, things aren't what they used to be, I guess.
I'm not sure this is exactly commonplace even now, Your Honor. So anyway, guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead. But it might have been the clown's forehead he shot. Okay, so we practiced first on the doll, then shot him. He practiced in the middle of the hospital? Anyone could have come in at any moment. Yeah, but no one did come, did they, pal? Besides, it's what I would have done. Always look before you shoot, I say. Might I suggest we move on? This is getting us nowhere. Patience, we'll get there sooner than you think.
Very well, please continue.
Fuck! You mean this pistol, the one in the crime scene photo? That's the one! It's a funny-looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. They compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. So, you verified the murder weapon, in other words. You bet we did!
The court would like to see the pistol in question.
Here we go. Now I'm gonna get the pistol as evidence, and it's gonna say that it can only fire a single shot. You got it, sir. Here she is.
Well, this truly is a blast from the past.
It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets.
It looks so much bigger in real life than on TV.
Ahem. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. Thank you. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty, and it shows traces of having been fired recently. So, were any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say that a lack of fingerprints is in fact a fingerprint of its own.
Aha! Intriguing point. Well made.
Whoa, 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 not well made, not intriguing.
In any case, the court accepts this evidence.
Stage pistol added to the court record.
My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. But now it's time to return to our testimony.
I wonder if it's loaded.
If you look closely, you can see how the pistol's made to bend here. It's a one-shot only model. I guess this bend is where you load it. So, this is the famous Grammary Golden Gun. They say kids used to love pretending they had one of these. I wonder if they pretended to miss their targets, too. Very good, Brent. Fuck. I hate accidentally going all the way through the dialogue and having to wait while it turns back around. All right, here.
Objection!
The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand?
Yeah, but like I just said, pal, after he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and...
Brent did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not.
The murder weapon? How?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. Doing this voice for Phoenix after doing this voice for him the entire game. Hey, don't worry about it, Apollo. Hey, can you watch my 15-year-old daughter also? Makes him sound so faggy to my ears. It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too.
Yeah! That's not a contradiction, not even close.
Yes, it is.
All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot.
Oh, where did he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it.
I had the feelings this wasn't over yet. No, this part is just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks and startling record sales.
An utter lack of humility.
What's this? It seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared.
Like I said, Herr Detective was just a warm-up act. Ugh. Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready.
Ready for what? Just. I don't care. I don't know that I'm streaming the next game.
For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who you will find can prove one thing for us. That was Zach Glamoy who shot the victim in the forehead.
I think I remember who this witness is.
Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess.
What's about to happen to me?
This one's not scary, it's just a bunch of light bulbs.
Oh, okay. Ding! Wait. Ding!
Very good. Now place it on top of the light bulbs, please. Thank you.
There we go. Shit, Brent, I was too late.
We will pause for a 15-minute recess for some reason.
This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach.
Court is adjourned.
To be continued. Fuck your to be continued. Nothing fucking happened. That was like 5 minutes. April 19th, 11:21 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2.
Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less.
We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually.
I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you discovered the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know.
I
was thinking of you, you know.
I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened?
Ah, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy.
Speaking of which, where is she?
You have seen the problem yourself. The letter.
The one shot in the forehead one, right?
Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death.
Why not?
This is something I will not say, for now at least.
What's this for now bullshit?
I have done many things in my life, some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves.
We?
You wanted to know about the night of the incident?
Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff.
Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols.
2?
Yes, the one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner Volant.
I don't think we've heard about that guy. Oh, for the Zack and Valance quick draw thing.
My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then for a moment.
You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him?
Recall there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first. He had me shoot him in the skull like 10 times.
So there were other requests you couldn't refuse before?
To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and I fear I've brought pain upon Trucy.
Was Magnifi coercing his disciples somehow? He does look pretty evil, in fairness. It kind of looks like a Princess and the Frog era Disney villain. Oh, Gumshoe! Detective on the case, and first to examine the scene, goes by Detective Gumshoe. Just what was going on in Troop Grammary?
Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket.
In your pocket?
I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those called?
Rifling marks?
Yes. Well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case.
I mean, don't the rifling marks just tell you the model of gun, not the specific gun? You mean there's something else you can tell me?
Ha! Ha ha ha! You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright.
Thanks.
Yes, there is something. My mentor, his eyes opened.
What? Magnifi Grammary?
The old devil, he was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5-10 minutes or so.
What did you talk about?
Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case.
That Grammary seems pretty steadfast to me. Maybe just stubborn.
Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom.
Once again, I am in your hands.
Right, let's get back in there. Is there an investigation phase of this flashback, I wonder? April 19th, 11:37 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 7?
Court is now back in session.
During our recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head.
Well, this is news, and the rifling marks.
There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis. Though they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon.
Well, that's not very conclusive, is it?
Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness.
Your decisive witness. How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think.
Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do his job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players' valid production. Being the other, that's what I thought, the other half of Troop Grammary's famous duo, Zack and Volant.
Volant Grammary. So we get to meet the great Magnifi's other disciple.
Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation.
Volant Grammary, magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student, your partner's guilt. Fate, in the grand illusion filled with traps and tricks.
Wait, the shooting took place in that hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late?
If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is
Yes! Okay. I always get the characters, don't I? I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this.
That looks very familiar.
Wait, that's the same letter Zach Grammary received.
Yes, or perhaps I should say, ta-da! Order, order, order. What does it say? Surely not the same thing.
Perhaps you should see for yourself. Yeah, to my beloved student Vlad, 1120 as opposed to 1105.
Why, it's practically the same. Court accepts this into evidence.
Magnafie's second letter added to the court record.
This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks? What exactly was your troop Grammary up to? By which you mean? I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less.
It's just my opinion, Herr Judge. But from these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them.
I've never seen a woman.
Didactical, thank you so much for the 20 months.
We walked the magician's path together, and in so doing shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there is strain, or warping of relations, you might say. Yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand.
By which you mean you're not gonna tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse.
Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zach Grammary, stands accused. Tell us why.
Oh, I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic.
Fascinating. Though I hardly need to remind you. The evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now 2 bullets found at the scene.
In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. As every magician knows, timing is everything.
Yes. And now it's time to get this party fired up!
Fuck you.
Witness testimony.
That night I visited the hospital room at the time Magnafie requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police.
So you were the one who reported the crime.
Indeed, I would think. This fact alone would clear my name of suspicion.
Let's not jump to any conclusions.
Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Grammary, is guilty.
And if it wasn't Zach Grammary, then the killer was you, Volant. And no disappearing act will get you out of that. I don't think Volant and Phoenix have ever been in the same room at the same time. They're the same person! I meant in the game up to this point.
I say, sorry about pretending not to be the murderer and getting your law license taken away.
That's fine, it's fine. Which, according to the letter, was 11:20 p.m.?
Indeed. In magic, timing is everything.
Right.
Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on stage before my stunt double has left, how would that look? Why, it would reveal the very secrets of my magic. Now that you've revealed the very secrets of your magic for all of us, let's move on. You've entered the designated time, and what did you see?
Smell of gunpowder hung in the room. So, you weren't worried for your own safety at all? I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes? What if the shooter was still nearby? Wow, you look normal.
I did not consider this, to be honest.
How old are you here? 37. Okay.
It is forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination.
Really? Isn't magic all about illusions and imagination? How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid.
Now you are the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination.
The witness will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding. My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things.
I did not imagine. Which brings us back to this reason neither of you could refuse.
So it does, and my partner, he did not refuse.
But Magnifi wrote the same thing to you. Why could you refuse if Zack couldn't?
Because I have a will of steel. Of course, I also do this trick where I bend steel bars, so perhaps steel isn't all that strong.
So which is it?
Mind if I continue?
Deal with the dead is still a deal. There were 2 bullet holes at the scene, one in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you?
No doubt my partner Zack has said much the same thing.
Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. Better dig around here a bit more and see what I turn up. Mr. Volant, let me ask you about something else concerning the crime scene. Namely... I mean... the bullet in the pistol? He wouldn't know anything about that. The other 2 things seem like they would be the same whether he's telling the truth or not. In order to shoot a pistol, you need a bullet. Where was the bullet?
I entered the room and took the pistol in my hand. The bullet was already loaded, ready to fire at any time. A magician is always prepared, you see.
Prepared for?
One never knows when a miracle will be called for. A magician always has 7 doves in his pocket and a white rabbit up each sleeve. Clearly we're dealing with professionals here.
This bullet that was loaded in the pistol really so important?
I don't know if I can do anything with it. Fires 1 real bullet. Yeah, I don't know if I can do anything with that. If he said something like he took the gun with him, I could do something with that. Here, let me see what it says. Without a loaded bullet, we wouldn't have a murder. It's very important.
Very well, please add this detail to the testimony.
What can I do but obey?
Pistol was already loaded. I merely had to pull the trigger. I wonder if they want me to present the evidence that the pistol could only fire once, but I know there was a second pistol. Yeah, I don't know, Buff Cat.
Objection!
No, it's not what they want. Okay. Alright. Let me try that again and see what his other testimonies are like. If the pistol was already loaded, something doesn't make sense. Why weren't the victim's fingerprints on it?
You should know that we of the troop Gramarye are capable of many things. One of these being the levitation of iron balls, without touching them. There's no magic involved here. The shooter was just methodically so. Simply wiped every single fingerprints.
Can't really do much with fingerprints that weren't there. Maybe I should ask about something else. Location of the pistol or the number of pistols? Where exactly was the pistol when you entered the room?
Atop a small bedside table it was, as if to say, here I am, take me into your hand, pull the trigger, shoot him. The victim clearly wanted to be shot.
But why?
Perhaps he wanted to go out with a bang. But we will never hear the truth from his lips, so all we can do is guess.
Is the location of the pistol all that important?
See what he says about it. I like the way he spins his staff. I like this. This is a really fun character design. Took out the pistol from the small table and shot the clown. And there's as yet no reason to think that the bullet in the clown couldn't have come from the bullet on the table. Why did you do that? I would think calling the police would come first.
Then you know nothing of the relationship between a master and his disciple. If your master says die, you die. Do you understand?
So you're going to die?
Certainly not. It was but an example. In any case, I wanted to fulfill my obligation. A final courtesy to a great mentor, perhaps. Or perhaps not.
Perhaps I'm totally confused. The number of pistols, then?
By which you mean what, precisely? How many pistols were there? 2 pistols were used in the Zack and Volant quick draw shoot-'em, correct? 1 for each of you. You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night.
What did Zack tell me back in the lobby?
Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. I see no problem with that statement. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene, after all.
So you picked up that pistol and fired it?
Indeed I did. Alakazam! Alakazing! Alakaboom. Is the number of pistols really so important?
I really don't know what they want me to do with this. I can present the photo that shows 2 bullet holes.
Objection!
Yeah, that's not it. I really don't know where they want me to go with this, not even remotely. Good afternoon, Faith. Smell of gunpowder hung in the room. My mentor had taken his final bow. Jesus. What do you want from me? Single gunshot to the head. Bum, 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 bum. This page isn't useful yet. Patient has chronic diabetes. That doesn't have anything to do with anything at the moment. Zack, even according to Volant's testimony, Zack did come first, and he was asked to come first. Huh. Is it the no fingerprints found thing? Because this is the pistol that they found. How's the case going? It's okay. This is the one they found, which means according to his testimony, it's the one that shot the clown and not the old man. There's no fingerprints on it.
Objection!
Okay, there we go. Jeez. According to the defendant, Zach Gramery, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table. 2? One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant had some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Volant has told us? That's right, Faith. You see, there's something about this testimony that doesn't make sense.
What might that be? I told you I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown.
That's your story, at least.
Huh?
But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Volant. Oh, really? That's what this was about? I did not get what they were going for at all. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet 5 from the skull. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Ah, right. Right. So this is definitely the same gun that shot the victim, the one left at the crime scene, as opposed to, yeah, okay. Yes, it's true, RB. I don't know if he's coming back. Hopefully he isn't. Oh. Mr. Volant, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. Fuck yes, dude. Fuck yes. It's cornered. Jesus, my face is covered in grilled cheese crumbs. How embarrassing. Young Volant's kind of pretty, though.
Order, order. Well, this is all rather sudden.
What have I done?
Prosecutor Gavin?
I also caught an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? Well, see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proves the type of guns that fired them. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Objection!
But that's not what you told us before. You said you'd verified the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my use? That was just this morning! I am still young. Fucking great line. I never forgot that line. I didn't remember it was this game and this character, but I never forgot that line. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took one pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now.
Valant Grammary? Yes, Your Honor. You were presented to this court as a decisive witness. You have proven to be...
I never forgot that line either! I love this line! Oh my god, I had no idea that those lines were both from this case and so close to each other! You've proven to be more divisive than decisive! I've been thinking about that line for the past... When did I play this game? 2008? I've been thinking about that line for so long! Oh my god! Oh my god.
You have proven to be...
I remember this line because I recited it to my dad because I thought it was clever, and he said, ugh, that sucks.
You have proven to be more divisive than decisive.
Objection!
You'll see in time. Huh? The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next.
Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin?
When Mr. Valant entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, Herr Wright, the real fight is about to begin. Bring it.
Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what.
Witness testimony. Who shot what?
I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor.
Yes, that's right. I am doing a subathon tomorrow. Thank you, Stream Elements, for reminding everybody. It's very, very soon. It's like 17 hours from now.
The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at that time was my partner, not me. Those times are rather close, you have to admit. We're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. Use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi.
It's easy to explain in this situation, Herr Judge. For example, take our... Oh my god, is this when he says how short his debut hit single is as well? Why did this specific flashback sequence make such an impression on me? My god. Take our debut hit single 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cue to the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes 15 seconds. I thought that I missed that dialogue in the third case. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. Their debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long? What a ripoff. Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus requires admirable focus. Fuck you. And in the time of death determined by the doctor, there's an incontrovertible truth.
Very well, the prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times. We can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision.
I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus this case so clearly demands.
Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright.
Carry on. Right. Okie dokie. Quite clear about the time of death, because that's not what I have here. I have 11 to 11:30.
Objection!
But nope, that doesn't count. Sorry. It's going pretty good, Fred. Hi, Duke.
Hold it!
I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time?
We do usually only get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death. Magic revels in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. I see another person has done their arithmetic homework.
The point here is the IV the victim was taking. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim Magnifique Rameau's schedule. Every night at 11, Magnifique took an IV drip for 30 minutes.
I can see the IV bag right there, yes.
Now look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag to the end.
Ah! The needle's been removed!
Doubtlessly it fell out when he was shot. What? No? What? They tape it on. What do you mean it fell out when he was shot?
That would seem to be the case.
When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. Ah, you could just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. Listen, RB, he's an old man. He has very loose veins. The IV liquid functions for our purposes as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determines the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. IV report added to the court record.
And so it was, when I, Valant, entered the room.
30 minutes required to administer full IV. From the amount remaining, IV stopped 10 minutes after administration began.
10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof.
But surely you mean 15, because Zach wasn't supposed to get there until 11:05. And you weren't supposed to get there until 11:20.
Well, Mr. Wright,
That seemed important, very important. Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important.
agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic. Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. The water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence.
Does it? He doesn't say anything about the time here. Ooh. Could it be this? Probably not. He's saying less than 10 swift minutes remain. And he wrote that after the IV started. That would be consistent with the IV running out after 10 minutes. Insulin is not yet relevant. 10 minutes has passed since the IV began, but Valant was supposed to get there at 11:20. The IV starts at 11. I don't know if I have anything that says the IV starts at 11. I'm gonna try pressing him on this. But it did. Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance?
When first I entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then his left arm did I espy, a rose drooping and wilted, its thorn the discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot, luckily for you.
It doesn't make any sense.
If that IV had not been there, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color.
Your lucky color?
Indeed, even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. What always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valant won their first Magician's Grand Prix, yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians, I was adorned in this attire then, too, and our trophy, a bust. Ah, what a day that was.
Ugh, this is one trip down memory lane no one needs.
My lucky color, yes indeed, and that IV too. I say, I think 'twas hewed especially for me, Valant.
But it's green. Ooh, we're on some Godot shit. It's yellow fluid, but it looks green through the bag.
That does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony?
Valant sure looks happy with himself. Hey, how about this lucky color testimony?
There's a contradiction. It certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck. But not this time. Mr. Volant, your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence.
What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based.
Don't worry, I've got all your bases right here. Duke, this is a flashback. Also, hello, Crime Miker.
Very well, let's hear the defense's claim. Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Volant has told us?
Wow, it's a good thing Volant fucked up and said that stuff about the color yellow or I'd be screwed. The crime scene tells all, Your Honor.
The photo of the crime scene?
All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, Herr Wright, just where's the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure, and I assure you it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white.
Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony?
Take that! Volant Grammary, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes?
Kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright?
Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene.
What's this?
Confusion, doubt. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy?
Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Volant. Look at that IV bag. Ah! What is this? What foul magic? With a CK?
It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow, and I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph.
Alakaz.
Oh my god! Those are the bunnies and doves he said he had! Oh, I do know Blackadder, R-Beat. I don't remember Hugh Laurie's character, though. Blackadder is the one with Mr. Bean and Baldric, right? And isn't it like sometimes they're in the 18th century and sometimes they're in World War I? I know who fucking Hugh Laurie is, Crime Liker.
Walter, what does this mean?
This is some kind of mistake.
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin, your witness's mistake.
The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Volant Grammary, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow. The IV is clearly not. Well, a very good argument. This contradiction can mean only one thing. And to think, you almost had me. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. Hey, that's the name of the video game.
Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence.
Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. And I didn't even say Herr Wright this time. How do you mean? How? Because the witness had made no mistakes. I agree at a glance the IV liquid does appear sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you, the liquid itself is quite yellow.
Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green.
Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook?
Looks like I want to say light blue.
Precisely. Figured it out yet? Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and you get green. This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color.
I see. Your explanation does have the ring of truth to it.
Objection!
As I thought, there's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. This is also the Phoenix Wright-topia criminal justice system allows the defense and prosecution to be a lot cattier to each other. In court in the US, opposing counsel are not allowed to address each other. They address the judge. You can say,
Objection, my opponent is leading the witness. You do not turn to your opponent and say, you're leading the witness. That's specifically against protocol. But obviously in Phoenix Wright, they're always fucking talking to each other. What? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is. Grave? The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. I have no idea, RV. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Wow, Phoenix has really handed this guy's ass to him. Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Alakazum! Was that supposed to be like OMG at the end? That kind of sucks.
Order! 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 Mr. Wright, you will explain this all at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid. Well, I'm sure it means something, but what?
I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Volant Grammary, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because he knew the IV liquid's color. Shit, because he'd seen it before. But I think I accidentally scrolled to the correct option, but not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. Saw the liquid by itself in a clear yellow, colorless yellow bag. Oh shit. Objection! No, Phoenix! Objection! The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes. Did he really fucking say this? Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor. Objection, I'm afraid I find nothing, so what we knew the IV liquid's color? Leaves to getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans? Jesus. Objection, the IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 13-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, prosecutor, Gavin.
I remember it well.
However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag.
Wait, I know! An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right?
As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body, at which point, like magic, it disappears. I mean, it gets absorbed in the bloodstream, whatever. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in. Objection! I mean, they could have ran his blood, probably, actually. Let me get this straight, right. You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag? Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. Now wait, I said wait! How might an amateur such as yourself essay to perform such a task? Such as myself, rather. I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water in a cup. I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat?
He has a point, amateurs. I at least would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag.
You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death. I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence.
Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to earth?
A lot grammary. I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was...
The victim's syringe?
It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick, and easy enough for an amateur to use. Objection! What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it. And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin?
What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Volant Grammary, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will.
Kazoo!
Cute. Boom, boom, boom.
Well, fuck me, I guess. I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that, while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today.
Ooh, there must be investigation in the flashback. Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. And do a little much-needed investigation work.
I see there are no objections. Court is adjourned.
Do your solo. Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. I know, right, Brad? A word to the wise. Underestimate the young, and they'll sweep you out. They'll sweep your feet out from under you. They'll sweep you off your feet. I know you were coming on to me earlier, in the way you never ever expected. Crime liker. Well, first of all, yes, he does not look like a teenager, but he is 17. Wow, look at this 17-year-old. As somebody, I think it was Zebra said earlier, he is JoJo 17. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? Besides the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid? There's no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. He's admitting it? Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This I admit. After all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much?
You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin?
Proof, Herr Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less.
What's this?
This is the victim Magnifique Glamour's diary. Diary? After going into the hospital, Magnifique began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and of meeting his disciples. Seems he intended for the last chapter to end quite appropriately with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request? Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 o'clock p.m. Let's read it, shall we? Okay, I guess there's not an investigation phase. I just present the forged evidence, get busted, and then mill around as Phoenix for a while.
This does appear to have been written just before his death. The court accepts this into evidence.
Magnifique's diary added to the court record. Read the very last part with particular care. Oh. What? What the fuck? Why? You are an asshole video game. Tonight's IV is in, maybe the last, I leave the rest of them. The first should come soon. This journal may end here, it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. All that's left to mine is to lay down this pen. Very good. Huh? What's this? Looks like a page was ripped out? Well now, isn't that interesting? Alright. This journal may end here, it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to our defendant Zach Glamory.
That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor after all.
But look at what he said before that. This journal may end here or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifique Glamory intended to write again. That is, if Zach Glamory didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends. There's a fucking page torn out. because Magnifi's life was brought to an end by the defendant Zach Lamoy. I would say the fact that the next page is torn out on its own proves the fact that he wrote more.
Order! Order! Prosecutor Gavin, are you certain that Magnifi Grammary wrote this?
There's no mistaking his handwriting. Also, couldn't you do a fucking rubbing on the next page to see the impression?
Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifi did intend to continue his diary. Yet if his diary ended here, which plainly it did...
Then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Lamoy. Well, how do you like me now, Herr White? Still too green for your tastes? Come on, you know you want to fuck me. Come on, asshole. He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he'd overlook such an obvious problem with his precious evidence.
Well, Mr. Wright, witness's testimony we heard was lacking. But put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case.
If the diary's accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence.
What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary?
It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment.
Very well. Please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright.
Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I've just shown in the court. Are you sure about that, Gist? You 100% sure about that? Are you sure, Gist? You sure I can show the diary? Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Thank you, Stream Elements. It's true. Guys, I'm trying to get a new CPU to upgrade my computer. I'd be very grateful if you guys could contribute. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary. Alright, I'd be happy to. Decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end with this page is the shit you just told me not to do.
Is evidence you're saying this is decisive?
We don't need proofs that he might have continued his diary. We need proofs that he did continue his diary. If such a thing exists, of course. Time to get cozy with the court record. I know I've got the evidence in here somewhere. Incidentally, don't show us that fucking book again. What did I literally just say? My god. There. This page is totally real. It's cute that they have Trucy deliver the forged evidence in case 1 and case 4. 7 years apart. Little mule. Oh shit, I didn't see what he said. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. Take a close look at the diary. Yeah.
What's this?
Cornbread, it's a flashback.
I hadn't noticed that at all.
That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page.
Look, I don't believe it.
Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifi Grammary. That's the defense's position.
Wait.
That is not your voice.
Wait, let me see that.
I'm me?
Oh, Diary Shower. Thank you so much for the $10 donation.
What in Sam Hill?
It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell.
Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary.
Note the torn edge on the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page in Magnifi's diary.
Quite remarkable.
Would you care to explain what all this means, Herr Attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Grammary left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Volat Grammary.
No. No!
The handwriting, too, matches that on the other pages. This is, without a doubt, the genuine article.
I love them too, Duke Vulture.
Order! Order!
But wait! That's impossible! That old man couldn't have written that!
Yes, normal trees. That is the least annoying thing a prosecutor has done. Edgeworth goes, Godot throws a pot of coffee at you, and also there's like Godot has like a paralegal at the other end of his bench sliding cups of coffee down to him so that he can drink them and look cool. Francisca whips you and the judge. Finally, you just couldn't resist, could you, Herr White? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Herr Judge?
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin?
Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness.
But Prosecutor Gavin! This evidence overturns the current witnesses.
I ask only to put it on hold. Please, my new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor.
Well, if you put it that way, Mr. Wright, what's your take on this?
Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So it might as well be sooner.
Then, though it is highly, highly irregular, we'll put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring this surprise witness to the courtroom.
I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Why is the gallery not full anymore?
Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin.
I beg the court's understanding. I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony.
A judiciary deal?
The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room.
Very well. And you are the witness, I gather? Yes, sir.
State your name and occupation for the record.
Thank you, Stream Elements. Yes, guys, I'm doing a subathon on Monday, which is tomorrow. I hope to see you there.
My name is Drew Misham. I'm a painter. A painter? You are somehow related to this case? No, well, not per se.
I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Mission Fawcett, you know what this is?
Oh, yeah, I know it well.
How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I made it.
You... what? You made it?
Yes, you might call it one of my works.
The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Ramley.
Illegal evidence?
This is a flashback, Cornbread.
I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large, Drew Misham has another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words.
Forgeries?
Well, so we are to understand that this page here is...
a fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney.
Objection!
Hold it! They have a clip of him saying hold it. Why didn't they play that? Why did they play the objection? I didn't prepare this evidence.
Ah, the attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume. But what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Felix, right?
Witness? Mr. Misham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? That... I don't know.
What?
Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact with them.
Objection!
But there's no proof this is a fake.
It's a fake.
Huh?
To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works.
It seems like that would make them useless as forgeries, Misham.
I can say without a doubt, this is mine. Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court.
It was careless of me. That's all I can say. Not really, they kinda had you in a corner, dude.
Oh, old boy. Here.
Sorry. I just gotta do my peach voice.
Princess Toadstool. Peach.
What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
It was all a trap. A fatal trap.
Mr. Wright,
Yes?
do you have an explanation for yourself?
If I did, would the court hear it?
Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime. Except when Manfred von Karma and also Edgeworth did it, then it was fine. And presenting it in court, a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney.
Fatal too, perhaps, for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one. Your Honor, wait! I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime. But you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual.
I am sorry, Mr. Wright.
Your Honor? Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah? I even gave you a chance. Bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself.
I see no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed.
That's right, Brad.
Mr. Attorney,
Yes?
could I ask your name?
Huh? Phoenix Wright.
Mr. Wright, I've seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright.
What do you mean, none like you? He's a pretty standard issue defense attorney. Okay, pipe cleaner Sam.
Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must...
Ah, Your Honor!
Yes, Mr. Zack?
There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible.
I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you.
Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist?
Doesn't exist? What are you talking about?
I am talking about this! Mr. Enigmar! So defendant's escaped? Find him, quick!
Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double! He must not be allowed to escape!
That day in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shadi Enigmar, aka Zach Gramery, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. Trial in absentia does not exist now. Hit the bricks! No one ever saw him again. Not since that day. This is the
Gramery miracle! Wah ha 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 ha!
No verdict was declared. That shot. After all, the defendant didn't exist. He did exist. They just couldn't find him. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zach Gramery vanished along with him for all eternity. I agree, MK. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however, but not until 7 years later.
To be continued.
That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present, but you'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of Magnifique Gramarye's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant Zach Gramarye go? Feels like a fucking X-Files closer. What dark truth lurks beneath the forged diary page? Thank you, Jess. And what about the girl who was left behind? Mason system. The past left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. That's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. And when all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. But first, you must chase the truth through then and now. I once went out with Mason System. Think of it as a game. Hey! I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended half-finished when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There's something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. No shit! Brevi! My Magatama. It's probably Magatama, but whatever. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? Use left bumper and right bumper to jump between the past and present. That's a fucking video game-ass sentence! But let's begin 7 years ago, in the past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. Alright. Ooh, the Drew Studio. Is this supposed to be a different one? Because it's clearly the same place. The nightmare trial was over. And the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away. It really does feel like they're going to reveal that Apollo was being trained in VR to be the ultimate defense attorney. But I figured I'm the only one who could do this, probably. Besides, I had plenty of time, thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. 7 years ago. How specific? Detention center, visitor's room.
What strange sight doth mine eyes behold?
Nope. That's the first time we've encountered one of those in this game. But nope, it's due. Excuse me?
2 men on either side of a single transparent plane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak.
Oh, he's visiting me in prison?
The forger of fakes walks freely,
No, okay, he is in prison.
while the innocent languishes within these plexiglass confines.
There's been no proof that I forged anything.
Nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet, these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits. And what, may I ask, awaits you?
Little piano in a cold little hole in the wall. No! But also, though, Phoenix, you were playing on a fucking concert grand. Don't say little piano.
But since you are here, what shall we discuss?
The shooting of Magnifique Gramarye, for one. Who pulled that trigger? Volant or his partner Zach? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm gonna get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start.
I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent.
Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear and he never even touched it.
Glory's spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. And his very disappearance is itself a revelation.
Revealing what?
Zach Gramarye killed Magnifique. It's as good as a signed confession.
That's certainly been public opinion's take on it.
I grow tired of my cage. The time of my release is near. I must go and prepare.
Planning on jumping back into the magic right away?
As long as an audience waits with bated breath, there will be Volant. And also...
Yes?
Now that my partner has disappeared, Magnifi's repertoire is mine. Volant Gramarye has a tradition to uphold.
That true?
Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me, verdict or no. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity.
Wow, I actually really like the character of Volant Gramarye. The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Volant. After all, you received one of those letters too. You were just as obligated to follow Magnifi's instructions as your partner.
So I was, but only Zach Gramarye followed them. It does not speak any more of who shot what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot.
I'm more interested in learning something else, actually.
What might that be?
I want to know what Magnifi had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him?
The trick up his sleeve? Ah ha 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 ha! Perhaps you do not know.
Know what?
A great magician never reveals his secrets.
Ooh, Psyche Lock. Really? 4 of them? I didn't think it would be that easy.
The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight.
My Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case in a little game called Phoenix Wright Justice for All, can show me the locks on people's hearts. And if I can unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. Magatama starts it all, and the Magatama ends it. Listen, Garrulus. Here, let me inspect this shit. What did Frampus ask? Is this the first time we're playing as Phoenix? It is. Oh, first time doing Psyche Locks, yes. Mile, you're on candid camera. I just had to say it. Old habits die hard. Maybe I should do a few tricks for the viewers at home. Did I say Psych Lock earlier? If I did, I apologize. Speaking of old habits die hard, I thought it was pronounced Psych when I was a kid and played this, but it's Psyche Lock. That guard keeps stealing glances in this direction, and scratching his head. Maybe our resident magician showed him a trick or two. Alright, well, let's see if I can do anything... Where the fuck's my fucking Magatama? What, do I just talk to him? Oh, I see it. Sorry, it's at the top of the screen in the dialogue, which is not where it is traditionally in Phoenix Wright games. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, well, let me try it, but I don't think I have enough to go on here. I'm flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm gonna find. Ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world. That's asking someone to commit murder.
Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales.
And he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess is it was a matter of life or death.
Care to explain?
Your troupe lived in a world of showmanship. Flashier the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it?
Let us make this as painless as possible. You have proof of this danger, then show it. Take that! Why, that's one of ours!
Specially designed for your show, I gather. A single bullet, one shot.
What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers.
I'm not crying murder, Mr. Volant. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident.
Zack and Volant's quick draw shoot 'em. How long has it been since those shots were last heard?
Was the shoot 'em cancelled because someone might get hurt?
Of course. What other reason could there be?
Well, it could have been cancelled because someone had already been hurt.
Ah, fascinating. My Faustian forging friend. But tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol?
Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage?
The performance of magic is not concerned with what-ifs. It is concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim we shot?
Yeah, no. I do not have a profile yet. I don't have any evidence that shows anyone. I may not have enough energy. I might not have enough evidence right now to pull this off.
Maybe it's time to do a little more legwork. Okay, I wasn't sure if I could leave this until I had broken his psyche lock. But I can. Oh, I can go fucking wherever. Pog, okay. "7 years ago, Wright and Company law offices."
Oh, morning.
Oh my god. Ahem.
Oh, morning, Daddy.
I don't know what happened to my throat in between sections. I can't fucking do that anymore.
Ah, I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you?
Did I just hear my beautiful girlfriend laugh at me saying the word daddy in a falsetto?
I am fine as always. This old boy is here to help me after all.
It's a young man to you. I think that you can, Faith. I think that's how it works. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks. My first show's today, after all.
2 weeks had passed since then. Faith, this is kind of happening in VR. I called her into my office. Oh boy, I would love to do a ton of voice work. Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. You need to start thinking about your future. I did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So, I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like. If you don't like it here in the law office where you'd be living, you can go wherever you'd like. I could look up some places you might like to stay. This is so weird.
Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you.
Huh? Really?
So, if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family?
Huh? I guess so? Getting weirder.
Mr. Attorney?
Actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you'd like. It doesn't have to be today or anything.
Okay. Say, Daddy,
That was quick. Yes?
if I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking, I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. So thanks, Daddy.
Ah.
Oh, and this office? It's a little blah. A little color goes a long way, you know.
Ah.
Oh, and Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this.
Trucy, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 8. But don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional.
Ah, she's a yuppie.
Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Daddy.
Thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? Jesus Christ. Oh no! Don't make me read so much dialogue in this voice. God help me. Okay. She is cute, yes. My mentor's favorite plant, Charlie. Guess watering Charlie's my only real job now. Wait, I have a child now! I can't feed Trucy like this! She probably needs more than the occasional watering too, I'm guessing. Yes, Morrison, that's where yuppie comes from. Young Urban Professional, YUP, yuppie. You can still see that hotel from the window here. Every time I look out, I think back on those old cases. I wonder if the view looks different now that I'm not wearing my old badge.
I really dig the far-out view, Daddy.
Thanks. She must have learned a lot of words from her parents. An old movie poster hangs on the wall. I finally found out the title after not knowing for the longest time. I actually rented the movie the other day. Cried my eyes out. Ah, just thinking about it is making me tear up. Wait, it's just allergies, really? I should show it to her when she's a little older. It's Dr. Shivago. Wait, what was it called again? Quite the collection of law books. My mentor bought all of them. I used to be too busy to read them. Now that I have the time to read them, there's no need. I can't just sell them. Maybe Trucy will want to read them someday. Trucy Lawyer Arc! Come on! Oh, excellent. Thank you so much for the gift sub. I hope Espinwald enjoys it. Thank you. Nah. Come on, that would have been so good. Get rid of this Athena, whatever her name is, from the games that I haven't played. Why didn't they make Trucy the protagonist? That would have been cute. My desk. Not that I have any interest, or not that I have any reason to sit there anymore. I guess Trucy can use it. Great for studying math, English, geography, magic. I'm not crying. I just got some dust in my eye.
One of those conversations just called Daddy. So, Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right?
You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me. For Daddy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that.
Actually, that's pretty accurate.
So, here's my idea. We'll make a new office. Law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend at school that way.
Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law, if you were to ask some people.
Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead.
You mean like a talent agency? Wow, Trucy, how come your mom lets you have two daddies? We have not yet broached the subject of her mom, Ellen. Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent?
You've got me, don't ya? I'm a professional.
Oh.
You've got me, don't ya? I'm a professional.
A professional?
Yep. After all, I am directly descended from the famous Zach Gramarye.
Directly descended. He's your father.
Oh, and now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright, too.
I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. How irritating is that voice to listen to, by the way? I have a hard time telling what it sounds like from within my own head. Also, Stream Elements, thank you for reminding everybody. Guys, we're so close. I'm trying to raise the money for a CPU, please. I want to have a good computer, please. Okay, good. It sounds fine? Good. It sounds like fucking hell inside my brain. There's like an awful resonance that happens with one of the bones in my skull. Could you tell me a bit more about your daddy, Zach Gramarye? Thank you, Standard Hunter.
Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy.
Which daddy was that again?
Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star of true Gramarye, and they're big.
The Gramaryes. They were on television a lot. Haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it.
Big magic happens when you put Zach and Volant Gramarye together, you know. Once they made a giant waterfall right there on stage. And this giant trout swam up the giant waterfall.
Let me guess, there was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top?
I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic.
Ah, I shouldn't have brought it up so soon.
I wonder what'll happen to me with Daddy and Mommy both gone.
Mommy? There it is. Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother.
But I have my magic and a great daddy, even if he is unemployed. You know, I think things are gonna be okay.
Yeah, don't worry, MK, I got it. I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. Here, let me get that treat for Tess and me. Yeah, no, MK, I screenshotted that one for my personal use. Thank you very much. Mommy. Could you tell me about your mommy, if it's okay?
Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage.
On stage, you mean with your daddy?
Yep. She was always there with Zach and Volant smiling. But then she went away.
Went away?
It was a grand illusion. But she made a mistake. She vanished. And I guess she didn't know how to get back.
Maybe so.
I cried then a lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here.
Don't worry about who that is. Don't worry. Don't think about who that is. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Don't think. This is your mother? She's beautiful. Yeah, no, Brett. She's in the Shadow Realm, like fucking Grandpa Moto on the VHS. Thalassa? She's Greek!
Her name's Thalassa. Thalassa Gramarye.
Poor girl. I didn't know her mommy had gone missing. It's Romaine Latousse. And now her daddy's vanished too, right before her eyes.
Hey, Daddy, you won't?
Don't worry. I won't vanish, I promise.
Right, you can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan. Daddy always said to have a backup plan.
I guess all I rate as is a backup plan. Thalassa, thank you, Gist. I do want to say it like it's Greek. That's right, Fabe. Trucy's locket added to the court record. Thalassa, thank you. Christoph Gavin, 25? Okay, but like, who is he in the past? Because this is, so this has his name. No, listen. This is his past age, but his present description. As we know from the first case, he's incarcerated in the Central Penitentiary for the murder of Shoddy Smith, but plainly the age changes when you go from the past to the present. Because Clavier, here. Oh, Clavier's not in the fucking court record, god damn it. See, Apollo isn't fucking 15. See, this is the past ages of these characters. A Green Horde defense attorney I happen to meet, I call him Apollo. Trucy's father, defendant in a trial, vanished just before the verdict was announced. Zach Gramarie's daughter, already dresses the part of a magician to the hilt. Zach's young partner and understudy. What do you mean young? He's only 3 years younger than him, and they're both almost 40. The two of them on stage was a sight to see. He looks good as hell for 37. Drew Misham, painter known for his illustrations, poisoned at Drew's studio in the future. Founder of Troupe Gramarye, his age is deceased, and a great magician, mentor to Zach and Valant. Thalassa Gramarye, Trucy's mother, missing after a sudden disappearance. So Trucy, you're a professional?
Yes, it's like that thing they say. Maybe frogs grow up to be frogs?
They say that?
I always thought it was funny, though.
What was?
Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid!
Right. So in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy?
That's right. Well, want to see a trick?
You're gonna do a magic trick? Yes, I am doing a subathon tomorrow. Thank you, Stream Elements, for reminding everybody. Please, show me. Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all.
That's the spirit. Ready? Here goes. Ta-da!
Hey folks, it's Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to be seen. Yeah! Whoa, that was startling.
The amazing Mr. Hat. Isn't he great?
Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat at your service.
If it sounds similar to the voice I'm doing for Valant, that was intentional on my part. He certainly makes an impression.
Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy.
Though my routines do get a bit heady at times. Ha! Get it? Heady!
My friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. The amazing Mr. Hat added to the court record. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that.
It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow.
What? But are we representing anyone?
Me and you? That makes two, Daddy.
Oh, God. I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent.
Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at.
Well, when you put it that way.
You mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys? This will not do. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket.
Okay, I'll think of something.
That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy.
Welcome to the team, Daddy-O!
The team, right. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it was a pretty dark time in my life. Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my light. It's very sweet. All right, that's resolved. Let's go to defendant lobby number 2. What's going on there? 7 years ago, district court defendant lobby number 2. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. Is this his trial for forging evidence? I didn't want to have to remember that day.
Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over.
Ah, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Zack?
There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty.
What are you talking about?
I am talking about this.
Oh no, Gist, are you serious?
Mr. Enigmar, the defendants escaped. Find them quick.
Bailiff, close all exits from the building! On the double! He must not be allowed to escape!
Oh, the second worst character, okay. Oh, if it's who I'm thinking about, I like that character. Oh shit, I missed it. When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge. But now, like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Hey, you there, sir! Yay! Down on the hands! Floor on your head! Now! What's the big idea? My ears! No unauthorized personnel are allowed in here! But that would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. Zoink! I just say it like it is, sir, and it's usually wrong. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. We've met before, haven't we? On a case 2 years ago? Oh my god, Phoenix was only practicing for 3 years before he got disbarred. He spent longer non-attorney than he spent as an attorney. No recollection of that, sir. Huh? For me, working on a case is always in the present progressive tense, sir. It's a shame that fucking Jake Marshall doesn't show up. There is no past. There is only now, sir. Okay. You're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir. Court bailiff Mike Meekins at your service, sir. I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who let the I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape. Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir. But you were a regular police officer once, right? Yeah, MK, much like Mike Ehrmantraut, after Meekins got let go, he killed 2 cops. Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So, you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing? I'm dying over here! Oh, it's a hard knock life, sir! Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. Guess I wasn't the only victim. Oh, is this the only time in the series you get to examine this Zoom room? I guess this door was officially a prop in Zach Gramarie's last show. He passed through that lobby door and vanished, but to where? He choreographed the entire fateful trial according to his grand scenario. I hate magicians. But I now must be a father to one. You know, I think this was the lobby I used for my very first case. This plant has seen me grow from a rookie to an ace. A has-been. I hate you, plant. Just kidding. I actually took a nap on that couch once when I was still practicing law. Boy, was that a mistake. I never even sit on the lobby sofas now. I never let my clients sit on them either. It's bad luck. I must have seen that painting 1,000 times, but I never really looked at it until now. That's fun. I guess my head was too stuck in the trials. I never had time to stop and appreciate art. I have time now. Okay, let's appreciate. Actually, it's pretty lame. Fuck! Yes, Faith, he got hit on the head while he was napping. Is this an ashtray? Last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this. But last year, tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me. That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing. Just so, Grammy. So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one, a lowly bailiff. But your uniform.
I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. It can't be legal. So, you were the one who let the magician get away that day? I'm dying over here! A star rises among the court bailiffs, full of hope. Then, tragedy strikes. Is there anything you can tell me about it? About Zach Gramarye's disappearance? Oh, the humanity! That's enough of that. Why, yes, I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard a commotion in court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss. The door slams open, slam! And some guy's face is there, right there in front of me, face! So, you saw someone suspicious coming your way? Yes, and I, being a bailiff of little standing, I gave chase. I chased that silk hat all the way down the hall, sir! I have a diagram of the court building here. Courtroom number 7, lobby number 1, lobby number 2. Aha! There's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself. Nary a friend to call my own. They didn't want to draw another sprite for me, so I'm still wearing the uniform from my previous job, sir. Okay. And which way did Zach Gramarye run after bursting through the courtroom door? He went up like this and around the corner like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw that magic man run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Why, I remember it was like it was right here, because it was lobby number 2, sir. You ran into this room? I don't see any place to hide in here. Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, the magician, gone, vanished like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. He was just gone. That's impossible. Yes, that word. Oh, how many times have I said that word? Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying over here. Okay, I won't say it again, promise. But you have to admit it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby? I searched. Why the pause? There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir. How can you talk so loud and still be hiding something? So Zach was in this room when he vanished. Absolutely, sir. I saw him with my own eyes. That red silk hat, it was pink, flowing cape. He ran right in here, right inside this room. Silk hat, cape, that's Zach all right. But sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do, but nothing, sir. What about now? Have any ideas? Sir! Ideas about what exactly, sir, if you don't mind me asking? I've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? I thought so. But only 2 this time. Psyche locks, I should have known. Let's try it. The disappearing trick. I'll never forget, sir. Magician said ACAB before vanishing, sir. Okay, Mr. Meek. It's nice to be able to pull out the old voice. That's why I said I wish they brought some other characters back from Rise from the Ashes. I'd like to do my Damon Gant again. I'd like to do my Jake Marshall again. Okay, Mr. Meekins. What do you know? Spit it out. Hey! What's with the atmosphere in here all of a sudden? You know something, and I'm gonna find out what. Zach Gramarye vanished from this room. How'd he do it? How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say as I... Sir! Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something? Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here, and... Listen, it was impossible! What could such a little girl possibly do anyway? What did you just say? Sir, did I say something, sir? I like how the chains move when he moves. No, you screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was someone else in the room, wasn't there? Sir, I'm going to have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking. It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who was in this room that day. Boom. Sir! I've never seen that girl until just the other day. Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it. Sir! Sir, that day, she was here in the room, sir. But he wasn't.
He said Sergal? Thank you, I didn't catch the end of it. You mean you chased her into this room, not him?
Sir, my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing, but it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot-tall magician.
7 feet? Zach isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zach Gramarye. But you saw something, and therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar? Can I examine it? I guess it's just a picture. What's that? That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She uses it in her show down at the one. She is already performing at a bar? She's 8 years old. I mean, I guess she's performing at a bar at 15 in the present. Have you been to the Wonder Bar?
No, it wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir? So, it wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir?
Come again?
That night on stage, I saw a vision. Except, it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat! He really exists!
Poor Barry's fucking cleaning and decorating the background. I'm being super loud and annoying. The vanishing trick.
I remember it clearly, though the details are a little vague. Zach Gramarye exited the courtroom. I gave chase and cornered him in the corner room, sir. Zach Gramarye, don't even think you can escape Makins. Down on your hands, floor on your head. Hello?
Something the matter, mister?
No, that is... Sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Zach Gramarye, do you know him?
Oh, I love Zach Gramarye. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan.
I see. That's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. Anyway, that very same Zach came into this room.
But no one's been in here except me.
But he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting, under the rug.
So, Trucy was his accomplice.
Imagine my astonished surprise when 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him.
Mr. Hat.
I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while, I thought it had all been a long dream.
A dream that lasted a week?
But it wasn't the magician who disappeared. It was Mr. Hat.
Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. You were standing by the door, and out came Zach. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act, and she was standing in front of lobby number 2. Along with Mr. Hat.
Oh, and that's the beauty of it, isn't it?
So, while you are standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner, and most likely runs through the closest door into lobby number 1. This is when you come in. You turn the corner in rather lukewarm pursuit, and at that very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. Then all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat. I'm not gonna say it.
Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then I saw that cape! Zach Gramarye's red cape fluttering like a cape! Astounding, sir! All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries, wasted! It was as if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die! Or the scattered remains of a messily eaten chocolate parfait!
Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you'd suffered on account of this. I had no idea how much you'd suffered on account of this case.
It's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many, many times, sometimes more than once. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me.
Actually, about that girl, I'm sort of her guardian now.
Is that so? Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor.
Okay.
I let the defendant escape. That's the stone cold truth. Just another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues.
Yes, he does trot. He has a little talisman. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side to side with a great detective Gumshoe! Mr. Meekins, this is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want, it's an honor, sir! Sir, I can't count the number of things I've had taken from me, sir! But no one's ever given me anything for free! Right, I'll see you in court next time then, sir! I look forward to it. Except I won't be in court because I'm not a fucking lawyer anymore. All eyes were on Zach Gramery that day in court, until his mysterious disappearance. Now part of the mystery's been revealed. The magician remained out of sight. It'd be 7 years before I met him again. Alright. Let's do Drew Studio. Oh, or not. It took me over to the present involuntarily. Oh, now I've unlocked the Borscht Bowl Club, I see. Right, and I can go back and forth between the past and the present. Okay, sure, let's go to the Borscht Bowl Club, why the fuck not? It's cool that you can move between the past and the present here. Now listen. Phoenix Wright? Sure. He might have went to the past and went to the future. But I'm gonna make a new game, how to nurture. Oh, hey, hey, Christoph! I'll be taking my leave now. Shall have some work to do back at the office. And I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later, then. What are those prices? Wow, those look strangely like prices in yen and not dollars. 2 hours left on my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Ahem. Do you know who I am? Who I am? No, but if you hum it, I can play it. Yes, Faith, so this is just before that. This is the night of the murder of the first case. Just kidding, I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Oh, a customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night of the keys. I seek a true competition. I have heard the Borscht Bowl Club is the place for this. Now I see the rumor is true. And this is... What? 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 Ugh. And this is a friend of yours?
Ah, don't mind me. I'm just your friendly neighborhood newsman.
He will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no others.
Why was he there? Why does he have anything to do with this?
The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists, and I'm number 2. I play piano. Well, sort of. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Don't ask me how I got started. I don't remember. Fucking Cowboy Bebop dialogue. But I'm good. Real good. Didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. That guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. Is this a seedy poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. But real players carry cash, and they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. Then let's compete. I'll take you to the room.
The hideout, yes. But before we go...
Yes?
Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shoddy Smith.
Oh, and I'm Brussel, Spark Brussel, news reporter. I was here apparently, even though I haven't been mentioned at all yet this entire game, and certainly not in the first case.
Also, case in point, this is not a little piano. This is a whole ass grand. It's not even a baby grand. Oh, I'm...
No, Phoenix Wright. Huh? You must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions. You still do not know who I am?
Have we met?
Ah! Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this!
Thank you. We needed that reveal. I couldn't tell who that character was otherwise. Mr. Enigmar! So the defendants escaped. We just saw this flashback. Find him quickly!
Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double! He must not be allowed to escape!
You can't be. But you're... Zach Gramarye? Yes, the reincarnation act of the century. Pity I have only an audience of one. You. Zach Gramarye. This must be a bad dream. In a sense, this guy ruined my life. You there! We will play soon. Ready the room.
I will be preparing the hideout for you.
Are you really him? The Zach Gramarye? Now I am Shoddy Smith. Remember this. How many years? Remember this. How many years has it been now? 6? In exactly 3 days from now, it will be 7. I caused you much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. Is she well? Trucy, I mean. She's fine. I've got her working already. Hope you don't mind. Sounds like she was working 8 years ago. I need hardly express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I have come. That and to settle a matter of cards. By which you mean poker? Those eyes. He's serious. He's pretty good looking. He is pretty good looking. I said he was good looking. He's less good looking in the talk sprite because they had to draw it to match his older sprite. But in the pictures of him in the first case, he's really good looking. Also, thank you, Stream Elements. Guys, if you enjoyed the stream, please, I hope you'll consider donating to support it. I want to buy a new CPU. MK told me to, please. Anyway. I despise losing above all else. And so I have decided that I will win tonight, no matter what it takes. I know this guy's type, and they're dangerous. Everything's about the competition. All else is secondary. Perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me, and I, you. The meaning of competition. We competed that day 7 years ago, too. Ah, yes, you must have been surprised. Called to the detention center out of the blue. 2, 1. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. Yes, Duke Fulcher in the first case. A game I've played for a long time, and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. You choose your defense attorneys by playing poker. Some are hired, others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do. Rusi's power? Rusi, she is in a class of her own. For 7 years, I've played poker here at the Borscht Bowl Club, and I've never lost once. I'm good. Not that good. I win because whenever there's a game, I bring in whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy. And she sends me signals. Except it would be 15-year-old Trucy now, because we're in the future.
Daddy, he's got a good hand. You might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon.
Can you tell me what her power is? Judging a person's thoughts by reading their reactions is a staple of performance magic, but those of Trucy's line possess far greater skill. Her line? Recall, you were the second man to whom I've lost. Magnifi Gramarye. That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it. Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? It's just in the Gramarye blood or something? Blood. Okay. I'm sorry, but it is not something told lightly to outsiders, and it is nothing you need to know at this time. Some kind of Gramarye secret right then.
Some kind of oh my god! It's some kind of grammary secret then? Fine. Jesus Christ, dude. Apparently, Pixel Pixie. ZJ, what's her name? Haruka in Kiwami is abysmal at picking odds.
She's 15 this year. She's still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know. I see. Then when I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause.
Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go?
Yes, and for that I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day because of this.
This?
A transferal of rights. You see the signature?
A transferal?
That's Magnifique Grammary's signature, isn't it?
I keep on going to past Phoenix voice. I apologize for that. It's hard when the character's not on the screen.
I hereby give all rights to the secret staging and performance of my magic. The recipient named below. And the recipient's name is you, that Grammary. Yes, it is I. Wait, this page looks torn. You recall the diary, yes?
I mean, it was 7 fucking years ago, man. First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out, and it just so happens I have here what I believe to be the missing page.
Wait, let me see that.
How could I forget? That scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge.
This is the real page that was torn from the book. Magnifique gave it to me that night. You could have told me this earlier, like 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize.
Jerk me around.
Thank you so much for the $59. Thank you.
Hooray, we reach our goal. Thank you. I will not be setting a new goal in anticipation of having 1,000,000 gold bars to fill during the subathon tomorrow. But thank you. Thank you very, 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 very much.
It was all I could do to prepare for my escape from that courtroom.
That's true, Stream Elements. Wow, what a great time to remind them. I am doing a subathon tomorrow morning.
The greatest of Magnifique Grammary's illusions are true art.
It was almost the funny number. Unfortunately, it wasn't.
As such, they are well protected by this document.
Point of order. If Spark Brushel was at the club that night, why was he not a suspect? If Zach brought him to humiliate Phoenix by beating him in cards, he set this whole thing up with Olga, why the fuck was Brushel not there and therefore not a suspect?
As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage.
Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple.
As the rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful? I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor. Your daughter. That is why I have risked all to come here tonight. Brushel.
Sir! Here you go.
What's this? A letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. I would have you sign there as a witness.
But I'm not a lawyer anymore. You don't have to be a lawyer to be a witness.
You need a public notary besides.
I may not look it, but I'm a certified notary.
You are?
By day, I wear a notary's glasses and hunt for news. Also by day, I wear a reporter's glasses and notarize.
Thank you, Draconis.
When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well.
Your signature, please.
I was doing the wrong lisp again. I apologize. I always forget to do the more annoying lisp.
Your signature, please. This is the first reason I have come here tonight.
Transferal of rights added to the court record.
I've finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said? Precisely. There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased.
And thank you for the follow.
So if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day.
Yeah, Zebra.
Not to mention all their possessions. Exactly, which is why I am here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document, before my 7 years are up. You might say I am securing my daughter's inheritance.
Do you really need this document? Wouldn't Trucy inherit your estate automatically?
Not in this case, I am afraid.
This case?
Yes, I received the performance rights from Magnifi Grammary. However, this was done in secret without witnesses. Before Magnifi died, 2 potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Grammary, and Volant Grammary. Not Trucy.
I see. So you do need this document.
I have known Brushel since before I vanished. He is a man I trust.
Sure, man.
Now, only 3 know of my rebirth.
I took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background. Found you had no other close kin.
It is as you say.
Okay. I was kind of hoping you'd say something about the mother at this point. I know everyone else, but Trucy's mother is a mystery. I don't think so, man. Alright, let's go somewhere else. I still haven't unlocked anything else in the present, but I have not yet been to Drew's studio in the past. I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna see if I can break Volant's psyche locks. 7 years ago, Drew's studio. What the fuck is this?
I figured you'd come here sooner or later.
There he is, there's the man. I decided on sooner. Drew mission, was it?
I haven't done anything illegal.
That's a tremendous lie. And I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions.
I suppose you have that right.
Remember when I was in this exact pose, but in the courtroom?
That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit it made quite an impression on me.
I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations in these fucking games.
Phoenix right, was it? I'll answer what I can.
I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely.
This is my daughter. Vera, say hello.
She's gone.
Shall we begin then?
All right. It's kind of a shitty sketch, man. What's this painting here?
That's one of mine. It's an illustration for a book. It's not on sale yet, of course, but I thought it might be good business. As a father, I'd like to be able to put food on my daughter's table.
It's so cute, Arbeat. I love her so much. Not a feeling I know anything about. At least not yet. No shit, Pixel Pixie. Oh. Arrested on suspicion of poisoning her father. Not now, in the past. 7 years ago, Spark Brushel was a spry 29.
Going home by any chance?
No, I was just checking out the door.
Oh.
Good thing I'm far too stubborn to take hints like that. Oh, I can actually see that the big yellow splotch is Hokkaido, now that you say that. I did my homestay in Japan in Hokkaido. And while I was there, I saw they had these like baseball hats that had, it was the shape of Hokkaido, but the print was like, it was like tearing out from inside the hat. Like the edges of it were peeled back and there was like a light emanating from inside. And I remember thinking, that's a weird shape for the tear because I didn't realize it was the shape of the island. Paints are scattered all around, probably the ones he's currently using. Something very artistic about a messy room. Not that this is anything compared to my office. I guess that would make my office a masterpiece. Fucking Brushel blackmailing Drew. He's not trustworthy. He blackmailed a guy. Come on. Wow, that bottle's way bigger than I thought it was. This is really cool. I like being able to do the pre and post time skip stuff. Maybe I'll just sidle on over here for a closer look. Think I'll lick this stamp for no particular reason. That's an awfully small frame. What's that inside it, a stamp?
Please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble.
Huh?
That stamp belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it.
Most neurotypical child. That's Zack and Volant. The Grammarys, isn't it?
The post office issued that commemorative stamp last year, when the Grammarys were at the height of their popularity.
Not anymore. Now that one of them has vanished off the face of the earth. What happened to that third one, we wonders. Yes, we wonders.
Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small.
Remy, he doesn't know that there's anything wrong with the stamp.
She's been a dedicated fan ever since. Watched them every time they came on TV. Until the end.
I see.
That stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. I still wonder how she got her hands on it.
Commemorative stamp added to the court record. This is you and Vera?
Yes. We took that one quite recently. I know I'm a painter. Why not paint a portrait instead? I've never been that good at people, unfortunately.
Right. Shouldn't you practice? Wow, okay, Phoenix, dickhead. It's a pretty bottle.
Don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble.
I love how his daughter is running shit here.
It belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. She looks at it often.
There's a light pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing. A, like, semi-transparent pink top coat would be really cute, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. What's this red envelope?
Don't touch that. It's quite important.
The painter's face just changed hues. Guess I'd better behave. Well, it's tempting to just grab it. Paints and pigments are lined up on the shelves, with some noticeable gaps.
It's embarrassing, but I can't afford all the paints I want. I insist on buying the ones I use with my own money.
I can see how you'd want to do that, sure.
Perhaps you've heard that you can make any color, as long as you have the 3 primary colors.
Well, it's a lie. That's true. That is 100% true. Poor guy. Especially with oil paint. Because with oil paint specifically, sometimes the chemicals used as pigments don't get along with each other. Plus, it can ruin the finish, whether matte or gloss. You use these gizmos for painting? They're pretty elaborate.
Those aren't for painting. They're for analyzing. Paint composition, age, every conceivable angle.
Tools of the forgery trade, I guess. Okay, that's like most things here. Look at that kanji. Is that the same kanji that's used in the Grammary crust? Yes, I think so. Croquis? Isn't that the noise a frog makes? There are some finished paintings stacked here. They don't look all that bad, really.
I'll sell you one for 50 cents.
That's okay, they look kind of heavy.
Oh.
Maybe he needs to work on his sales technique a bit. This is a fun song. Really, did I miss anything on the desk? Or are you just... Is the desk thing just always interactive? Got that. That. Wait, what do you mean? I already examined it! That's an awfully small frame. There's a commemorative stamp of the Grammarys inside. Okay, great, thank you. Very good, Brevi. Judging from this place, you're a painter?
Not, sadly, a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I would be able to get by were it only me.
Your daughter? Her mother grew weary of me and left. Oh, that's so sad. I assumed her mother was dead. She just left him? I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright.
What an awful mother. She abandoned her fucking daughter.
Which that is why I began my other occupation.
Forgeries.
Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is that I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen. And who knows what my copies are used for.
But some of your works aren't paintings, correct?
You may not believe me when I tell you this. That was my first work outside of painting.
What?
To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. I never even imagined the possibility.
Why did you take the job?
I was well paid, very well paid.
Think he feels worse about it than I do. Past is hard to escape.
Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course.
Sorry, but it's not going to be quite so easy. He's trying to forget what he made. It's like I'll have to remind him. Your work. Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy. That copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. Me! I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me.
I knew it would be difficult to escape this.
Then, let's talk. Oh, nice, no psyche lock. Well, maybe there will be once I talk to him about it. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did?
It was unlike anything I'd attempted before.
I guess it would be a little different from paintings.
That's not what I mean. In all my previous work, it sufficed to create a copy.
This wasn't a copy?
The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as reference. The second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client.
So you used the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote? No, MK!
Yes. As I said, it was my first job of that nature.
So, who was your client?
As I've said in court, I do not know.
Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester.
I never met them, not personally.
No! Ah, a psyche lock, of course. Seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. Alright, let's try it. Let's see what we can do. There's a lot of fucking psyche locks in these. You're Hiding Something by Phoenix Wright. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Misham?
I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I never met the client.
True, when I asked the client's name, there were no psyche locks in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense.
Why are you doing this to me?
Well, I've made my stand, no backing down now. So, what's Misham hiding? I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you've said, and also because I have foreknowledge of the future.
What is it then?
You told me what you knew about the client, and I couldn't see any psyche locks.
Psycho locks? That's some sort of asylum security? Or a new hairstyle, perhaps?
But then they did show up, didn't they? Phoenix just becomes an insane mystic, raving about psyche locks. Just talking about them openly. Who was your client? Don't flash back to this, it just happened.
As I said in court, I do not know.
Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much about them as much as I could about the requester.
I've never met them, not personally.
Not personally. Those words triggered the psyche lock.
Again with the psycho locks. Now I really must know what they are.
So you didn't meet with the client, but someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence.
Perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business, but I'm afraid you've lost me.
Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about psyche locks. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there.
And your conclusion is?
The real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Misham.
poppycock. I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could it have been but me?
That's the real question, isn't it? If the forger wasn't you, then I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger at Drew's studio is... The real forger is your daughter, Vera Misham, isn't it?
Ridiculous. My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more one for landscapes, not surrealism.
Nice comeback, but you're shaking in your boots. Yes, Preppy. No, he's nude, like in that one case, in that one level. I've got you now. The only two people with access to the studio are you and your daughter. Psyche locks tell me you're not the forger. It makes your daughter the only possibility.
Ahem. I feel very much on the verge of going psycho-lock myself.
Unlock successful.
I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter, Vera, not I. She's only 12, a genius you might call her.
A precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently.
I let her play in the studio and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and analytical devices I bought when they became necessary. They're my little girl's playthings now.
What a good dad. Ah, do I detect a bit of fatherly pride? So Vera was the one who made this page. Would she know who the client was then?
Actually, the client came once. Here to this studio.
What? Why didn't you say so sooner?
But their face was covered and they did not want to talk to me.
So they talked to your daughter?
I will speak only with the artist, the client told me.
And that little girl is the key to our mystery client's true identity. Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more? Or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? Mr. Misham, I have a request.
Let me guess. You'd like to speak with my daughter.
Can I?
My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy. Extremely so, actually. With only one exception.
Which was?
Oddly enough, it was that client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished. She was laughing. It was the first time I'd seen anything of the sort.
Please, let me speak with her.
All right.
Hey, baby. Uh-oh, this could be tough. Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer, and pianist. I'm still looking for the keys that say do, re, mi. I can't find them anywhere. I'm no good at this. I need something to get through to this girl. Vera, was it? Would you like to... Oh, okay, is it the same dialogue? It is. Alright, I think I know how to get through to her. Look! The Grammarys! And then there's this.
My stamp.
Hey, she spoke! She could talk! Yeah, so this stamp, how can I keep her talking? Great magicians, aren't they? Isn't Troop Grammary amazing? Yes?
Oh.
I especially like those two, Zach and Valant. They didn't ruin my life or anything. I mean, they're just so magical. Aren't they? Oh.
Aren't they? Aren't they?
Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic, you know?
Me too, me too. I love them. They're so cool. It's like magic, yeah.
All right, she's talking, not saying much, but it's a start.
I went and saw them with Father the other day. The opening ceremony at the Grammary Museum of Magic.
The Grammary Museum? They have one of those? I guess it makes sense now that they have their own commemorative stamp. It's the only thing in the museum. So, have you been to one of their shows?
Just once when I was little with Father. The Grammaries on stage. It was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together. They do it all.
Yeah, maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this. You know, about Zach and Valant, maybe?
Oh, sure.
All right, better get asking before she changes her mind. Troop Grammary stamp.
They're the best in the world.
Huh? Oh, you mean Troop Grammary? Of course.
Father gave it to me.
Your father? But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it.
I guess I just took it. Yeah.
Took it?
Father got a letter from that person.
That person? You mean that letter? That letter was from the client?
Oh, we talked about the Grammarys forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it.
They're a sneaky one, this client. So they were trying to get on her good side. Commemorative stamp updated in the court record. You want to talk about your client now? So your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things.
I really like painting, a lot. Father is always very happy when I paint them exactly the same.
So you did this too?
Oh, yes, that was my first job.
Your first...
All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. But this was totally different. The pen slips and the way the writer held the pen and the pressure on the nib. I had to use a microscope and analyze it on the computer.
Jesus Christ. She seems happy. Odd, her work was the last nail in the Grammary coffin. Guess no one told her.
I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here.
Why don't you like the outside?
There's bad people out there.
What a fucking terrifying face, Jesus. Well, true, but there are lots of good people too. Actually, I should tell you, she was almost kidnapped once. Oh, Jesus. Kidnapped? Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. You said she went to the Grammary Museum. With you, in fact. Yes, actually, she was quite insistent on it, much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me.
That person gave me a good luck charm
A good luck charm?
for when I absolutely had to go outside.
Yes, apparently she received something, a gift, from that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was. Ah!
Father, I told you to keep that a secret.
From that client, huh? This I have to hear about. She's so terrifying in this frame. So you met the person that asked you to do this job? And you talked with them? Probably Garrulous, yes. And what's this about a good luck charm you received?
I can't talk about it.
Huh?
If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told.
Yeah, but I really, really have to know. Do you, Phoenix? You know it's relevant at all. Psyche lock. Right, time to do some psyche unlocking. Jugga, 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 jug. The client. You seem to trust this client quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you this stamp?
No, that's not why. They listened to me, to my problem.
The problem that keeps her inside all the time.
Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use a good luck charm.
A good luck charm that your client gave you? I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm? Wait, it's fucking not in my evidence? Why not? Yeah, the hypodermic needle heartbeat, probably. Huh. Weird. And I doubt that the good luck charm is the stamp, although I can try that. It's probably not, though. I probably just have to come back and do this later. Maybe go into the present. One of the things to do in the present might be about Vera's poisoning, which would probably involve the nail polish bottle. Is it the stamp?
Good luck charms are different things to different people, I guess. If you say it's lucky, then it must work for you. That's the beautiful thing about good luck charms.
Wow. See that innocent smile? Everyone has a different way of breaking the news. That's the beautiful thing about being totally wrong. Okay, fuck me. Alright, I'll be back. Thank you very much. Time to get more evidence. Volant, do you feel like talking to me now? Because it did not say that I had unlocked anything else in the present yet, but I bet if I break his psyche lock, I can. Trick up his sleeve. I'm flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm going to find. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world, that's asking someone to commit murder.
Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales.
And he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess is that it was a matter of life or death.
Care to explain?
Your troupe lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier, the better. Flashy so often means danger, doesn't it?
Let us make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it. Take that! Why, that's one of ours!
Specially designed for your show, I gather. A single bullet, one shot.
What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers.
I'm not crying murder, Mr. Volant. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident.
Second Volant's quick draw shoot'em. How long has it been since those shots were last heard?
Was the shoot'em cancelled because someone might get hurt?
Of course, what other reason could there be?
Well, it could have been cancelled because someone had already been hurt.
Fascinating, my Faustian forging friend. But tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol?
Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? Yes, thank you, Stream Elements. I am doing a subathon tomorrow. Remember that, viewer. I'm gonna try to round up these 8 things here before I end streaming today, because that might just be like the end of the case. But there might be like a lot more of this case. I might just not be able to finish it today. But in the meantime, I'm having fun.
The performance of magic is not concerned with what-ifs. It is concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim we shot?
Looks like I've chosen the right path. Let's just hope he walks it with me. I do kind of hear the Hugh Laurie now. I was just trying to do a
younger voice of my old Volant voice, which is this.
Thalassa?
But that's...
Zach Gramarye's wife and Trucy's mother. Thalassa, I believe, was her name.
Alakazar! But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets?
Still in denial mode, eh? Thalassa was at the greatest risk of being shot, and this clearly shows just how much danger she was in. Fuck, I don't know. She was the third person in the group, I guess? Hopefully? Troupe Gramarye's performances were very, very popular. So popular, they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame.
We were not merely the latest craze. We were an age, a golden age.
It's all here on this stamp. There's Thalassa, yes? Trucy's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her?
I don't know!
As a part of his memory is still locked up.
There's one thing you're failing to address.
What's that?
As you say, our troupe was a world unto itself. If our leader, Magnify, was so inclined, he could hide anything he wished with ease. But Mr. Wright, then he would have hit a crime, making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail.
Volant's got a point. If one of the troupe members died in an accident and Magnify covered it up, his innocence would come into question.
Found the right address, Mr. Wright?
I'm so close. There has to be something about how Thalassa's death could affect Zack and Volant's relationship with Magnify.
I see in your eyes
You still have something to say. How can you possibly prove more than you already have?
I'll prove why Thalus's accident tied your hands so completely. I have fucking no idea. Are they don't let me save during a Psyche Lock sequence? Brutal, dude. Can I check the court record? Alright, so that's specifically the transfer of rights from Zack to Trucy and not vice versa. Was it a person, and was that person Trucy? Probably. The person... Gonna take a little knowledge of the players to crack this one. The accidental death of Zack's wife... Sorry, what was that? Zack's wife ties both your hands, and this information proves why Magnafy held so much power over you. This is a Hail Mary?
Were you by any chance trying to threaten me?
No, of course not.
You'll never make a good blackmail artist.
Never. Fuck. You've gotta be kidding me. It's all about the people involved, their personalities, their histories. Who was Thalassa really? Oh, what? Do you want me to show the locket? I can try that. With evidence. Nope. Whoopsie daisy. Well, that fucking sucks. I'll try to find something else somewhere else then. Fucker. Do I have anything else in the present? No! No, you gotta be kidding me! I don't have anything else I can do in the present. Although, hey, the Borscht Bowl Club thing is still unchecked. Let me see if I can do Zack's Psyche Lock. Alright. Let's try it. I don't even remember if I attempted this. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right into people's minds. Oh, sorry, wait, wrong voice. It's like she can see right into people's minds. The first time I saw her do it, it blew mine.
And after you were done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you.
Gotta use the resources at hand, I always say.
Yet I myself have no such power.
But Trucy does. Why's that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother? Thalassa Grammar.
I will not speak of that.
Thalassa... Holy shit, wait, was my health for all Psyche Locks simultaneously? Thalassa is officially missing, correct? And I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. I fucking don't know, man. I don't know what you want from me, man. Take that! They all sense weakness. The three of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yet there's another story behind the fame, one that not many know. Thalassa lost her life during rehearsal. Fucking thanks for letting me know, Phoenix! To you and Volant Grammary's bullets.
It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Thalassa?
I'm sure Volant would say the same thing. Why, it's just like another murder I might mention. Hey, why have you guys got a kanji on your stamp?
Damn you.
Her eyes. I loved Thalassa's eyes.
To think they could read my mind was frightening. Yet there was a warmth in them that felt like an embrace. She is dead, and Magnifia Gramarye has joined her. And the only one with her power left now is Trucy. Mr. Zack, I do not know. I don't need any power to see through that one, buddy.
Wait, so this means Phoenix still has his Magatama in the present.
So there's someone else, someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Thalas's power.
How would I know?
My chances are slim. It would take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. There is someone else with the power, and I know who. This fucking kid, apparently.
This boy?
His name is... I forget. Something weird.
Who could he be?
An attorney.
An attorney?
I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices.
So, what are we to make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like. But you could at least say something like, I'm this boy. I could use a laugh.
Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring.
A ring?
Oh, is she wearing it in the... No, she's not. You can't see her fucking wrists.
Perhaps this will refresh your memory.
No, I fucking don't have any pictures of the... Oh, wait! Here! What do you mean no clues here? Shut the fuck up, Phoenix. Open the goddamn locket, you ass. Huh? Oh, look! Sorry, hang on.
So this is Trucy's mother, Thalassa. She's pretty. I can picture her on stage with Zack. Still, she looks like a down-to-earth type, too. I guess Trucy takes after her.
You can just barely see it in that photo. It's very well hidden.
This face is your response, Mr. Ex-Attorney. You did say that I wouldn't laugh if I knew the facts, right?
What the fuck? No, you can see it! What, did I not present the right fucking image? What the fuck? Nope. Okay. Fuck me, I guess. Okay, I'm just stuck. I'm just stuck. Fun. That's great. Thank you. I didn't get a game over, though. Here. Oh my god, no, I'm trapped in a cutscene. I can't load my save. Alright, man. Fucking, I don't know what you want. I truly do not, brother. I don't have a picture of Thalassa wearing the bracelet. Please, you feel free to share it, Faith. I don't have the nail polish to show to Vera. I don't have, or I am not clear on whatever I'm supposed to show to Valant. There's just a bigger picture of the locket photo. Yeah, but where? Because I don't fucking have it. You know what I have not done is examined the background at the Borscht Bowl Club. Oh, I haven't. I could also present. Go back to Val and show him the picture in the locket. Okay, I can do that. Yeah, I haven't been presenting evidence. That's a good point. Also, it's fun that you called him Val. Mr. Valant, could you look at this for me, please?
Yes, I accept your challenge. Well?
Challenge, huh?
You want me to make it float, disappear, or shall I simply eat it?
I didn't come here to play games, Mr. Valant, or watch you do tricks. Nope! 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 I could show no, I can't. I'm done with Trucy. I can't show her the picture of the locket. I can show Zack the picture in the locket. That's okay. Here, you know what? I know that I need the nail polish for Vera, and I don't have it yet, and I probably can't get it until a future thing. What I can do is show every piece of evidence I have to Valant and to Zack and see if anything changes. Because right now that's all I can do. Because the only 3 scenes I have access to are the detention center and the Borscht Bowl Club. and the Misham studio or whatever. God. What do you think about the syringe, dog? I can also examine the background of the Borscht Bowl Club, which I will do. My God, Valant, you really have nothing to say about anything, you scum of the earth? This gun was used in your fucking trick, you dog! Mercy. Jesus. Look at Mr. Hat. It's also possible that I have the evidence it takes to get through Valant's psyche lock and I just haven't recognized it. Okay, he's got jack shit to say about jack shit. The thing is that I can't easily, like, try out every piece of evidence I have on the last step of Valant's psyche lock because I have to sit through the entire thing up to that point. I don't get to restart at the last psyche lock.
I must say, it comes as quite a surprise. I never knew you played.
I'd do anything else if I could, believe me. Oh yeah, there's something you could help me with. You think you could make that piano disappear? It'd help me out in a lot of ways, really.
You say the funniest things with the straightest face.
People always tell me that, except I wasn't joking.
This is grape juice? Is it refreshing?
I usually drink too much and it ends up making me... Okay, making me thirsty.
Oh, Mr. Wright, there is something inside that bottle.
Huh? It's my business card.
You aren't surprised at all. Perhaps you don't like magic?
I sure felt surprised. Maybe I had my poker face on. One of the restaurant tables. This one's the closest to the piano, which makes it the hardest to eat at, I hear. On days when I'm playing, that is.
What do you think about the ukulele? The sound is slight, the annoyance curtailed.
A ukulele in a Russian restaurant?
Then you must go to a Hawaiian restaurant.
Hawaiian shirts don't go with my complexion.
Ha 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 ha! I give up.
Alright, Zach, I hope you're prepared for me to present.
Mr. Wright, we meet for the first time in 7 years and you offer me this, please.
It wasn't a present. This guy's a hard sell. Probably won't get a rise out of him until I show him something real interesting. A picture of his dead mentor that he's accused of killing isn't real interesting? Okay. Again, the stamp isn't real interesting. He doesn't want to talk about the writ he just gave me. I could try the writ at the last step of... Oh, shit. The person in this photo is Trucy's mother?
Ugh. How did you come by this?
Trucy showed it to me. She said her mother was gone.
Then it is so.
Huh?
She is gone. What more is there to say?
Lots.
I know.
Whoa, you're still here?
According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother, Magnifi Grammary's only daughter, end quote.
I think I found it. What? Magnifi's daughter? Is that true, Mr. I mean, I've kind of assumed that was the case.
Brushel, you say too much.
What? Why am I the bad guy? Why?
Zach decked him. Good!
In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over.
Thalassa Grammary. She's the most mysterious of the whole lot. I need to gather some more evidence, clearly.
Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition?
Final? Why?
As you said, I have come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground.
Without seeing your daughter?
It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago, we played. 7 years ago, I lost. I already lost to Magnifi. I do not care to lose to another. And I have heard that you never lose.
It's just a rumor. This is weird. It feels like it's closing the door on this, but I never broke his psyche lock.
Yes, for it is impossible to never lose, unless one has an ace up one's sleeve.
As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation. I think a mere lawyer might be out there pulling the wool over so many eyes. Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you should try lightening up? That was that. This is this. For my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You are warned. This guy's beyond serious. So much for a fun evening of cards. Brushel, you may leave.
Ah, but it's your last game. I mean, what a scoop.
I punch and I punch, but still it is not enough.
I just remembered a future prior engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. Oh, and nice meeting you, Piano Man.
Then let us begin. Dealer,
Da,
you will be witness to our competition.
da, it is honor for me.
Why haven't I seen her around here before? Ah, that reminds me. Saw familiar faces I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Huh?
Oh, was Thalasa's description updated in the court record? I think it was. Okay.
Gavin, I believe was his name. You know him? After a fashion. Listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this.
That's so odd. I never completed his psyche lock. I don't understand. Oh my god, it cut me slack because I ran out of health, didn't it? But no, I still have health in this version. I loaded the game. The Grammary power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. And I knew where to get it, Trucy's mother. I need to meet that reporter again, that was clear. And one other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zack began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. A name Zack Grammary knew, but how and why? But it was fucking establishing a link between Thalassa and Apollo. Okay, it did not actually shut me out of it. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Oh shit, you get to visit Kristoff? Okay, cool. Good, I was really, really badly lost. Now I think I can do this, and I can say, I can bring up that Thalassa is Magnify's. No, I fucking loaded. Oh my god. I'm so stupid. No. I loaded instead of saving. Fuck no. Oh my god. No, dude. Get the fuck out of here, Brushel. Nobody gives a shit about you. Oh my god, there's so much dialogue. Oh my god, there's so much dialogue. Oh, hey, why don't I remember Olga early? That's crazy. Okay. No, that's cool. Thank you very much. Shut up. So weird that they give you this closing cutscene before the conversation with him is actually finished, because I have to go back there. Okay, now save the game. Please, save the game, and I'm gonna have a lot of dialogue to skip in that fucking... Okay. I'm gonna have a lot of dialogue to skip in Valan's Psyche Lock here. Alright. Jugga. The trick up his sleeve. Yeah, totally. Yeah, there's danger. There's a danger of something, and it was the gun. Oh, that's crazy. I don't know why you think that gun had anything to do with someone being shot, and for that matter, I can't believe it. Who the fuck could even be shot? It's not even possible. A life of sacrifice, and this shows who it is. It's a locket. I'm shut the fuck up. I don't even know what you mean by that. She was a third member of the troop. Yes, totally. Okay. Now show Thalassa's profile, which says that she's his daughter. With a person. It wasn't a question of who shot Thalassa. Thalassa herself was the problem. What do you mean? She was Zack Grammary's wife, Trucy's mother, and Magnify Grammary's only daughter. There was a terrible accident, and the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. If that wasn't the key to Magnify's power over you, I don't know what was.
It was an accident!
They let him take his bunnies and doves into the jail cell with him? Wow, it didn't even fill me all the way back up.
There's no proof, none at all.
But Thalassa went missing, and your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. It doesn't take a genius to put 1 and 1 together. It's 2 and 2, that's the second time they've said that in this game.
Ours was a complex family.
You mean Troop Grammary?
The master, Magnify Grammary, his only daughter, and his 2 disciples.
That does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it?
Do not be tempted into faulty flights of fancy. Yes, that was an accident. That is all it was, an accident. Zack and Valance tour de force. The guns blaze, the bullets fly, straight toward that beautiful body on stage. And then crash, zing, pow, into everything but her. Now that is magic. Happened one day when we were practicing. Same trick with a new twist. And tragedy. But as for whose bullet stole Thalassa's life, we shall never know the answer. Thalassa disappeared from our lives. Zack was bereft of his wife. Lucy lost her mother, and Magnify his daughter. I really wasn't involved at all.
And that led to blackmail, I take it.
It's all part and parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtain falls.
I know, right, Just? Why did Magnify Grammary try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died.
All I can say is it was a critical time for Troop Grammary. A passing of the torch from Magnify to Zack and Valance. We all sacrificed so that it might be a success. Thalassa's death was the greatest sacrifice of all. Yet, even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not.
What do you mean?
In time, we, myself and Zack, found we could no longer oppose Magnify's wishes. Magnify forced us to perform his art for his benefit.
Esoteric, thank you for the follow. I see. I guess I can understand. I mean, he did lose his only daughter.
But do you not find cowardice in his actions?
Huh?
To decide to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing. Then to hang that death as a guillotine above our heads?
Things were dark behind the scenes in Troop Grammary, that's for sure. Does Trucy know?
She was not told, naturally. Who would want to know that their father might have taken their mother's life?
True.
I had not thought of that accident for a very long time.
Sorry to dredge up old memories, but this has helped a lot. Oh, thank you, Regular Z.
Not to find Magnify's slayer, I should think.
True.
After that accident, there was one who came sniffing quite persistently.
A reporter?
He called himself a newsman at the time. Often I spied him lurking about the dressing rooms doing his research.
Would you happen to remember his name?
What was his name? Sorry, I've forgotten. But in the course of his interviewing, he became quite close to my partner Zack. I liked him not.
Very English thing to say, I see.
His name, I do not recall, but his scent, a cloying aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too often.
I see. Thanks for your help.
It was no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright.
Oh right, that's the guy I learned the truth about Thalassa from in the future.
You'll not uncover answers, only wounds.
I'm sorry. I'd begun to notice a dark curtain hanging over Troop Grammary, and I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trucy from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned, the newsman. I never learned who that was at the time, though I've got a pretty good idea who it is now. That smile and the sickly sweet smell of mint. No, MK! The last floss-thin thread connecting Zack Grammary to this world. Sooner or later, I'd have to track him down. You gotta fucking go to his news agency or whatever. Yep. That sucks. Fuck. Oh, okay. Oh, shit! All three, huh? Alright, let's get cracking. Oh, look at not Clavir's, look at Kristoff's alpine goat statue. How German. Present day, Central Prison, solitary cell 13. Who are you talking about, MK? Because Brushel was 29 in the past. He is... I mean, you could just say that you know he's 36 now, Tessa. Yeah, there we go. Present day, Central Prison, solitary cell 13. Solitary. I mean, it's whatever. Well, isn't this an unexpected surprise? Oh, okay, MK, that makes sense. She is 12, I should specify. They do a whole Hannibal Lecter bit. Hello, Phoenix. What errand brings you down to my cramped confines? Gavin. The future is full of so many deep-voiced men. My voice is like constantly down here. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge for the offense that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago? My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Do you still hear them, Phoenix? The blue badges. Thank you, Regular Zebra, for filling that in. I have not seen Silence of the Lambs since the first time I saw it, because I found it extremely distasteful. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? You look well, Phoenix Wright. You too, Gavin. No, no, no! Look at the stuff in the background! Look at the stuff in the background! Look at this goat! It's strange, you know. Here I am in solitary, and yet the books keep piling up. Looks like you've got more than books up there. Ah, yes, my collection. I have a few friends on the prison staff. They show me a little kindness. Oh, how about a lot of kindness? Just a little? Just a little? Huh? Huh? Nandeste? Anything here? A little bird? They let you have a bird? That's some chair. Just looking at it makes me want to take a seat. You probably have to add a whole digit to the price of one of my office chairs. What office chairs? You don't have an office. And here are comfortable chairs, the most valuable thing in the world. You'd have to add 2 digits to the price of the standard prison issue chair for this. Those prison chairs don't look so bad either. Maybe I should redecorate. Yes, thank you, Stream Elements. Guys, I'm doing a subathon tomorrow, don't forget. I'm gonna be working like literally all night, getting everything set up for it. That. Whoa, no! What does that say? It doesn't say Christoph Gavin. It says like David Christoph or something. 424 Apollo Street. Blazing, maybe? Springs, California, 96012. Is that that's a different area code from the one I Googled before, 96012 area code. Now that's California, okay. No, it's definitely David, RB. And with the commemorative stamp though, yes. That envelope's been bothering me since I came in here. I mean, I don't think anybody was confused about who the client was for that forgery. It's not nice to pick at other people's mail. Oh my god, he's so scary. I'm so, scared. You get mail here in jail? Yes, Phoenix, you're a lawyer. You should know that, you dick. That I do, so they read it fast, apparently. Still, I am allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are a different matter, however. Looks like sneaking a peek is out of the question. Nice roses. You taking care of this one here? Yes, she's surprisingly delicate, you know. Requires careful tending, but she is my best friend, as they say. Best? Come on now, I'm starting to feel bad for you. Oh? Of course, she's known to bite if handled roughly. Your rose bites? I was speaking of the photo next to the rose. I retrieve a Vongol. Cute but feisty. Vongole? What the fuck is that? Vongole. I googled it and I'm finding linguine and spaghetti alla vongole, which is clams apparently. Every dog has its thorn. Ahem. Every dog has its thorn. Vongole. Yeah, I have no idea what that's supposed to be. Anyway, let's have a chat, Christoph. You seem pretty evil. Let's talk about Gavin's murder, which is to say, the murder that Gavin did.
Life has been full of surprises for both of us. I've no doubt you never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours.
And I'll bet you never expected to wind up here. Shoddy Smith was the name of the man you killed. Did you know who he really was?
Who he was?
Zach Gramery. You know, the defendant.
I remember him, of course. But you say Smith was Zach? Impossible.
Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence.
What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think?
After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty. But your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy.
You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright. What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I am an evil human being. Isn't that enough?
Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. Recall that case 7 years ago?
Ah yes, the trial where Zach Gramery pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor with a fearless crooked attorney, was it?
That was when I met you, wasn't it?
Was it now?
The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous, save for one dissenting opinion. Yours.
It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position after all.
For 7 years we've been friends, and yet I still don't understand you.
Right, your friendship towards me was never pure. You suspected me then as you still do now, don't you?
Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what I think. I hate it when my enemies declare themselves ontologically evil in order to hide their true motives. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it.
Assistant, aren't you?
You know, it's really fun working out how to distinguish Clavier and Christoph when I'm doing the same accent for both of them. Christoph is a lot louder and more obvious in his delivery. Clavier is louder and more obvious in his delivery. And Christoph is like subtler and eviler. It's fun. Anyway, I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game, Zach Gramery mentioned your name, Gavin.
Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however.
Huh?
Gavin, I believe was his name.
After that, he was killed, and I asked you to help me, because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. Cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. I have to know. Why did you kill Shoddy Smith? No, Zach Gramery. This I remember. Whoa, I've never seen psyche locks like this. Dark, cold, full of despair. He is an evil human being, see? He told you the truth. Can I even unlock these things?
No, you can't. I can cut to the chase for you, Sad. No, you can't unlock them.
Fuck, I missed his dialogue.
Something wrong, right?
No, it's nothing.
You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know.
No, you bastard! He's doing his nail. Like older brother, like younger brother, I guess. Fucking fruitcake. Oh my god. Give me that bottle, you son of a bitch.
You're thinking, what self-respecting man would use nail polish? Of course, this being 2025, you have forgotten all about the word metrosexual, which was quite common at the time of this game's release.
Not really. I know appearances are a big thing with you.
You know what I say? One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. That's right in all things, except nothing less.
That certainly does look like a first-rate nail polish.
I like the sparkly bottle. It's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please have one. It's on me.
Nail polish slipped into pocket. All right, let me examine that fucker. Ariadne? I've heard of that brand. This must be the brand symbol. It's supposed to be some kind of flower. Wait, no, maybe it's a hand. Wait, on second thought, is that an eagle? Who makes these things up, anyway? I think they try for a clearer symbol, at least. Right, MK. The Weaver. All right, Kristoff. Wait, seriously? We have more to talk about? We do? That's fucking news to me, brother. Okay, well, I'm gonna head out and bring this nail polish to Vera. Okay. I'm surprised because I know for a fact that you cannot break those psyche locks, not with anything. All right, the client. We've read a bunch of this dialogue already, so I'll skip a bunch of it. They gave you a stamp, they listened to her problem. Right,
All I had to do is bring a good luck charm.
a good luck charm that your client gave you. It's so hard to code switch between 33-year-old Phoenix and 26-year-old Phoenix. Phoenix is only 26 for this. I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm? Take that! This was what they gave you, wasn't it? The same bottle's over there on your desk. Your good luck charm, right? No, she's so sad.
I heard once, cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil.
Maybe in Japan.
This is a magic bottle. It has the power.
Of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting any more on that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one who asked you to do this job. This must be your good luck charm. I got it from the future. Was this the client? Ding, 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 ding. This man is a friend of mine. Know him? His name is Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually.
I promised. I promised not to tell.
Unlock successful. Yay, it healed me the rest of the way up. Fucking finally. All right.
I'm sorry. I can't talk about the client. I promised. And if I break my promise, the spell won't work.
MK, so this is presumably not what actually happened. This is a simulation which Phoenix has built in VR in the future to show to the jury of this trial so that they can understand all of the interweaving threads of it. I don't need a name anymore. I've got my answer. You're pretty confident in this charm, then. The Patriots Ball. Yes, it's very Metal Gear Solid 2.
I think they might be the devil.
That's right. That's so fucking cool, man. That's so fucking cool how Clavier asks who commissioned the page in the future, and she says the devil and blacks out. That's so fucking cool, dude. Huh?
Or maybe an angel.
What do you mean?
I saw it, or I think I saw it, when they gave me this. I saw the devil's face.
Are you saying the client's face looked like the devil's? Devil is German, color me shocked.
No, the client was gentle, with a gentle smile.
So, where'd you see this devil then?
It was so quick, I don't remember where.
I
I don't remember well, but that's when I knew that person wasn't like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm.
I'm not sure what this devil she saw was. It's pretty clear that Christoph Gavin has her charmed. Well, I think that's all. I'll be leaving now.
I am sorry for what happened.
Christoph tried to poison her twice. He did it twice. He did it twice. He sent her the stamp with the poison on it, and he gave her the nail polish with poison in it to specifically apply if she ever left the house. And he knew she was a child. He made 2 distinct attempts to poison a 12-year-old girl. My God. Faith, the devil's charms are powerful indeed. If you want to apologize, try my client, Zach Gramery.
Did I do something bad?
They would have hanged this kid at Salem, let me tell you. What makes you think that?
Your eyes, they're sad. Very sad.
Ah, Clavier would have killed that child dead. I'll put on my smile next time I come, promise. I hope to see you smile then too, Vera. I mean, you've actually saw it a bunch of times. She's done been smiling.
Oh, okay.
Take care. Thinking back on my first encounter with a young forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late. Alright, we're done with the past! The past is past. But I have not finished fucking any of these, which really sucks. Where do you think, Dickhead is? Because I'll try to avoid him. He probably is in Drew's studio, though. Present day, Drew. Present day! Present time! Thank you, I'd love a treat. Oh, good.
Hey? Well, what do we have here?
Remember... Remember me? Okay, that's gonna be Phoenix's voice for the rest of this section, so I can forget young Phoenix voice.
Of course I remember you. Journalist meets ex-attorney in bar, end quote.
Can I ask what you're doing here? Mr. Misham was poisoned and his daughters...
Oh, yes, I know. Oh, how I know, yes. It's caused me no end of grief, to be honest. Journalist wishes he'd track down case just a little quicker, end quote.
Were you on the trail of this case the whole time? It took you long enough. Very good, Emerald.
Zach Gramery was a good friend.
Zach said something to that effect back at the Borscht Bowl Club.
What a character, what a man. If a lot, extremely rough around the edges.
Do you think I could ask you a few questions?
Oh, you serious? I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not interviewee. Journalists ask questions, not other way around, end quote. Fine, shoot, I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately.
Please, I'm begging you, dude. Just let me drain his testimony and be out. Please don't have a psyche lock. I am begging you. It was tragic what happened to Drew Misham and his daughter.
Forgery is a serious crime, and they paid the price. You know what really did them in, though, don't ya?
Yes, a forged diary page.
The night I interviewed him, I found out something about Mr. Misham I hadn't known.
What's that?
You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years, walls have ears, potatoes have eyes, end quote.
Being watched? You mean he felt guilty?
No, I'm not talking about feelings here.
Huh?
You know, I felt watched too. The whole time I've been on this case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensation on back of neck, freaks out, end quote.
Because you felt guilty?
Why would I feel guilty?
Because you're disgusting? You felt like you were being watched, huh? I wonder what it all means. Drew Misham felt like he was being watched. And you along with him. Sure it wasn't just nerves?
Nerves? No, it's nothing so mundane. I stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. But I felt it too. Journalist, sir, he is being watched, end quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Gramery got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me?
What?
He completely vanishes from that courtroom. Then, for 7 years, he talks to no one, not a soul.
Well, presumably he was, whatever.
Then, just as the remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made.
So obviously Kristoff is the mastermind behind this whole thing, but much like how in Trials and Tribulations, I'd forgotten that Dahlia and Iris were secretly Morgan's daughters, I don't understand what investment Kristoff Gavin has in this fucking magic act. I really don't.
And then he dies. Starting to put the pieces together, are we?
And you were being watched this whole time?
Maybe not just me. Maybe you were, too.
Me?
I met Zach through that case, actually.
You mean the shooting Magnifique Grammary?
No, before that. It's not widely known.
You mean the accident during the quick draw shoot 'em practice?
My, you're well informed.
I don't know about that, MK. That would be very sweet of him, but he kind of seems like the fucking devil.
You should have seen me back then. I dug up quite the scoop. I wanted it all. Money, fame, women, a little puppy, all for me. I was younger then, and my days and nights smelled of fresher mint than they do now.
Gross. Valant Grammary did mention one particularly nosy reporter.
In fact, I was on close speaking terms with Magnifique Grammary at the time. I knew his daughter, too, of course. Salisa, was it?
Wow, your lisp really makes a mess of that name. Really?
Then Salisa disappeared, quite suddenly at that. And Magnifique wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me.
I mean, I guess so, MK. But I have not gotten a hint that he likes Clavier. We didn't even know he had a brother until Clavier shows up in the second case.
Journalist catches scent of a scoop, goes on feeding frenzy, end quote.
I will say, there's more of this case to come. I don't know how it goes after this. This, I am extremely enjoying. The third case in this game was dog shit. It's fine. The third case had a lot of good spectacle, and the first half was very, very good and fun, and there was the twist about the character that you think can see is actually blind, and the character you think is blind can actually see. I thought that stuff was all good, but the train of evidence in the second half just completely fell apart and was terrible. This I am having a lot of fun with.
I set up a one-on-one interview with Salisa's husband, see?
Zach Grammary.
Something strange was in the air over the troop Grammarys those days. The whole screwy mentor-controlling disciple scene had started by then, I'm guessing.
Yes, it was, MK.
Salisa, she was part of it all, right?
That being said, third case does introduce Lamirar, who's obviously an important character.
Come on, you can tell me off the record.
Sorry, I don't know.
Anyway, I kept prying and eventually became friends with Zach.
Yes, and Valant.
Sure, he punched me once or twice, or 5 times.
You deserve it.
But over time, he came to see me as his confidant, his extremely punchable confidant. He's been waiting this whole time, 7 years, eh?
Waiting?
For his big comeback, of course. A big revival of the Magnifique miracle. Of course, it was all a dream.
Because of this. The performance rights.
In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Who's to say the old man didn't give his rights to both Zach and Valant?
So Valant waited until Zach died, legally at least.
The time finally comes and Valant's like a kid on Christmas morning. He's getting ready for his show at the Sunshine Coliseum, you know.
Yes, I will go there. I will go there, and I don't have to speak to you anymore.
If that document sees the legal light of day, it's gonna put a bit of a damper on the big show. He's a sorry one, that Valant Grammary. Lost out to his partner at work and in love, too.
Love?
It's the same old story, really. Two disciples are their mentor's only daughter. Of course, that story we've all heard a billion times. One has 3 sides and all of them pointy. A love triangle.
Huh. That is pretty classic.
When you're in a performing troupe, that's your world. It's like family. One was an entire high school's worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing.
And in the middle of all this, Thalassa has Trucy. And then she dies. I need to find out more about this Thalassa. Okay. You want to present her picture to him? Mr. Brushel, do you know this person?
Do I know that person? Of course. I was friends with Zach after all. He hit me a few times, 5 times actually. But still, I'd never forget his wife.
Thalassa Gramarye, Magnifi Gramarye's only daughter. You think you could tell me more about her? By the way, I had a Magnifi Gramarye voice ready to go in case he spoke. I couldn't remember if he ever did. It seems like he never did.
Well, why the heck not?
All right. Off of the beans, nerd.
So, Thalassa married Zach and had Trucy, see? It was her second marriage, actually.
You mean she was divorced? I hadn't heard this one before.
Not quite. Her late husband was a performer, too. Apparently, he died during some gig. Tragic, really. They had only been married 1 year.
I didn't know.
Ah, but she was a beauty. I still carry a portrait photo of her around, you know?
Fuck yes! Fuck yes! Alright. Cute nails.
I've known Trucy since she was a little thing, too.
Really? Because she didn't fucking recognize you.
She got the better deal, really. She's got you for family, after all.
Huh? What do you mean?
Just reminiscing, you know. Thalassa has another child besides Trucy, end quote.
What? But Trucy said she was an only child.
Ah, yes. This one she had with her previous husband.
Her previous husband? Psycho Mantis. First husband who died during a performance?
Yup, they had themselves a kid. Another orphan now. That's another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now.
Thalassa had another child? Do you think I can borrow that photo? I gotta use it on someone else in the past.
Sure, I can be generous on occasion, you know?
Thalassa's portrait added to the court record. I won't need this locket anymore, apparently. Better return it to Trucy before I forget.
People and events all get tangled together and get bigger and bigger, don't you think?
I was too busy wondering about biggerer to listen to what you were saying.
Sometimes you just gotta accept that you won't be able to untangle it all, I think.
Maybe so, but still, I have to do what I can. And I have to tell what I find to those who come next.
Next, you say? Behold my nipples.
I'm not the one who will close the curtain on this little play. Apparently, that's not my role anymore. Except in the next 2 games, when it is my role again, because they chickened out.
Magnifi. I was just wondering what Magnifi would think of all this.
What do you mean? Ghosts aren't real, silly. Anyway, let me use my psychic powers on you.
Haven't you seen it in Trucy? She's got his power.
You mean how I can't lie to Trucy?
It was the same with Magnifi. With his daughter, Thalassa.
It's a strange thing. I think it's some Gramarye gene? No, Ezra, you don't!
Magnifi told me once, back when Zach married Thalassa, he said Zach had good eyes, but not good like a Gramarye's eyes. Not that good.
I wonder if Zach ever played a game of poker with his wife. What a forward question to ask, Phoenix. Who knows what the Gramarye secret was?
Maybe nobody now that Zach's gone.
Zach Gramarye. Yes! Sepia Toad, get the fuck out of here! The plot had finally begun to reveal itself. It sprouted from a warp in the Gramarye fabric and grew, swallowing everything, wrapping itself around the Gramarye's power. Get the fuck out of here, Scram Moose! Oh, hi, Trucy! A power which passed from Magnifi Gramarye to Thalassa for the next generation. And I would once again need to meet the one who bridged it all together. The lines on his face are really cool. Let me see if I can demonstrate what I mean to you guys. Oh shit, I can't access the court record on the screen. That's okay, let's go to the Borscht Bowl Club, and we're ready to do his Psyche Lock now. So it's less obvious in his shoddy... Fuck, come on, really? So, the line under his eye, it's a lot more obvious if you're looking at Zach. Here, let me see maybe the postage stamp. Right, here, check it out. Here, I can demonstrate with the cursor. The line under his eye follows to become the bottom border of his sideburn, so that his face is made up of diamonds. It's a really, really, really cool bit. I like that character design aspect of him a lot. It's like almost like a caricature thing, you know? Like geometrically simplifying his face. I think it works really well. Of course, he doesn't have a diamond on his cloak. He has a club, so... But you'll notice that his goatee components, the two mustaches and the beard here, are also diamonds. That's how they designed his character, out of diamonds. Yeah, it is card suit themed. Oh, huh, Duke Vulture. All right. I already read a lot of this dialogue, motherfucker. I'm not gonna reread this shit. I know why you don't want to talk about her. Three of you were a team. There they are. You know, if Thalassa had a second pose, then the big reveal might have been a little bigger. There's another story behind that fame, one that not many know. You and Volant Gramarye's bullets. Damn me. Thalassa's eyes, I think they could read my mind, was frightening. Someone other than Trucy who inherited Thalassa's power. Let's talk about him.
This boy?
His name is, I forget, something weird.
Who could he be?
An attorney.
Attorney?
I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices.
So, what are we to make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like, but you could at least say something like, I'm this boy, I could use a laugh.
Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring.
A ring?
Perhaps this will refresh your memory. I just so happen to have evidence showing this missing link. Ding, 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 ding. Actually, I know something. Your marriage to Thalassa was her second.
How did you know this?
Her first husband. He died a year after they were wed, yes?
He was a performer. They met when he joined us Gramarye's as a guest at our show. After Thalassa wed him, she left the troupe for a while. And you say she had a child then?
I have a photograph of her here.
Really, like, weird, like, soap opera, paperback shit.
I couldn't help noticing what she was wearing when I first saw this. Yeah, if only Thalassa could stand in a different way or have different hair, the reveal might have been more surprising. Those bracelets stand out.
They are a Gramarye family heirloom.
Oh, good. Apollo, I have great news. You're a genetic magician.
This boy wears a bracelet just like the ones in the picture.
What? So, that's why.
Why what, Mr. Zack?
I took this photograph of Thalassa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet.
I bet I know where that other one went.
Correct, Garrulus.
She gave it to this boy, her son.
Why did that break both of them at once? Yeah, I noticed, Gist. I was trying to have some fun. Thank you.
This strange power, I myself do not know from where it comes. Yet the fact is that it is passed down the Gramarye line. It runs in their veins.
What is it?
I asked her, Thalassa, once. This is what she told me. Her power responds to tension in others.
Tension?
If she were to face a person and they became tense even slightly, then she would know no matter how hard they tried to hide it from her.
So she could see it?
Not quite. This is the strangest part of it all. She wouldn't realize that she was subconsciously detecting this tension. That the use of a particular object, or in her case, objects. Objects? Wait, were they something she wore? Yes, her bracelets. I admit, the first time I saw one of those, I felt there was more to it than just fashion. What kind of power could a bracelet have? I have made a decision. I will tell you all I know. Consider it a gift.
Whoa, my God, you know so much! Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point, but those two
Are brother and sister, yes.
Woo!
And the brother, too, has this power of theirs.
So Trucy has an older brother. I wonder what'll come of that. Well, I'm going to make him babysit his, unbeknownst to him, younger sister while she talks about her panties ad nauseum. This'll probably be fine.
Mr. Wright, tonight after our game is done, I will return to a life of hiding. I would not see her live her life without knowing.
I understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right.
I am in your debt once again.
No kidding. What I want to know is how all this got to be so messed up.
Those bracelets are made of a special alloy. It is said to expand and shrink very slightly in response to body warmth.
So they're temperature sensitive or something?
Yes. This is how they can shrink to the exact size of their wearer's wrist. I'm in your debt, and now to ruin you.
And this has something to do with the power?
What have I told you? The grammary power reacts to tension in others. When a grammary senses tension, they too become tense. And this tension translates into minute contractions of the muscles.
I just realized his sideburns are also diamonds from the front. Or rhombuses, more accurately.
So minute, they cannot sense it on their own.
He's a great character design, like just a fantastic. They did a great job with the character designs, and I have to say the sprite work in this one. I'm very sorry that I didn't get to show you guys the original sprites, because I couldn't stream the DS version of this. I'm streaming the remake. But yeah, sprite work, I really, really recommend, if you can, play the original on the DS, because the sprite work is absolutely gorgeous. They do great things. Anyway. Their muscles? Oh, so that's what the bracelets are for.
With a bracelet on, one can sense these contractions, because the bracelet is always a perfect fit.
So when the person they're watching gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on their wrist.
Precisely.
That alone doesn't really count as mind reading.
I believe I understand how the process works from there. It's a simple question of eyesight.
Eyesight? Psycho Mantis? I guess that sounds simple enough.
Have you ever heard of kinetic vision?
Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? I've heard of it before. They say athletes can see a moving ball like it was stopped if they focus.
Oh, but it's not confined to sports alone. It all relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things. The faintest twitch of the face, and the meaning that lies beneath it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of a crowd before one may distract it.
So basically what you're saying is, the Grammarys can see really well?
For them, seeing is more than believing. It is knowing. Their power relies on eyesight combined with exceptional focus.
Things are starting to come into focus for me, too.
Of course, it is difficult to maintain such levels of focus for any length of time. But what if someone could tell you when to focus?
Or something.
Precisely.
But wait, Trucy doesn't have any bracelets.
You are talking about poker, yes? The timing of when to focus is so elementary, she probably does it without thinking. I doubt Trucy herself has realized this. That is all I know of things grammary.
Thank you, Mr. Zack.
If this boy's bracelet is the real thing, then he will use it before long.
Oh, it's like a magic power.
Thereby awakening his power.
Fuck you. I'll keep that in mind. Well, shall we play a game?
I've said so much. Let me say one more thing. I will tell you of that night.
That night?
The night my mentor Magnifi Grammary passed from this world to the next. Did you fucking do it, Super Chief? There were 2 pistols and 2 letters sent. This was Magnifi's test. A test. In his last years, Magnifi Grammary worked us to the bone. No, to the pain. Is that a fucking Princess Bride reference? But that night I could not shoot him, so I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer. Oh, yes!
Take this. I give my art to you, Zack.
What?
This thanks for playing along with my show. You shot well tonight, Zack. Although I would not have minded dying by your hand.
How could I shoot you? You're my mentor.
Ah! I thought you might say that.
If I went home without shooting anything, what would you have done then?
Then, of course, I would have given Valant his chance.
And if I had shot you in the forehead instead?
Then it would be over. If you or Valant were to shoot me in the head, then I to the darkness would go, and my art with me. A fitting end, don't you think?
Ah,
Yet this ending too gives me no cause for regret. I thank you, Zack. And I am sorry. I have done much that was wrong in my day.
yeah, you fucking bastard. It seems to me that Magnifi wanted you to be his successor all along. That's why the time he gave you was earlier than Valant's. Perhaps, but it is not something we will ever know for sure now. I wonder, what is Valant up to these days? Waiting for you to die. 7 years passed like this, the performance rights go to him. Ah. And now here I am, and his dream is ended.
Right, like, what is it? They seem to be hinting at some sort of a dark alliance between Kristoff and Valant. But why the fuck does Kristoff know or care about Valant Grammary or the Grammarys in general?
And now here I am, and his dream is ended. It's worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know. What? You don't mean to tell me that they've put the blame for our mentor's death on him?
The trial ended when you vanished, Mr. Zack. Why do they call him Mr. Zack? Because they're calling him Zaxxon in Japanese, that's why.
There were even rumors that Valant had helped you pull it off. But that's madness! Well, it seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. Huh? Isn't it odd that sorting out my life should prove so complicated, even though I'm dead?
Second sepia fade out for some reason.
That night, Zack Grammary was killed. He died as Shoddy Smith, a mysterious traveler with a secret past. But he left one thing behind before he parted. This.
Whom it may concern, 7 years past, Isaac Grammary murdered my mentor Magnifi Grammary. I apologize for the trouble caused by my sudden departure from court and hereby confess to my crime.
His confession, to use as I saw fit. Of course, he'd killed no one. This was his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valant Grammary.
Zack's confession added to the court record. Alright, I think we are ready to go see Valant. And then I'm not sure there's anything else to do. Then I guess I can show all my evidence to Kristoff. Present day, Sunshine Coliseum.
Well, this is a blast from the distant past.
Long time no see, Mr. Valant.
7 years has it been. Frankly, I didn't think I'd ever see you again.
Actually, I came because there's something I want to ask you.
I've spoken to the press. I've nothing more to say.
I've spoken to a lot of people myself and come to some conclusions. Then I realized I needed to hear it from you.
I have walked a difficult road these past 7 years.
Because you couldn't perform Magnifi's repertoire?
Do not be deceived. Valant's skill is the real deal. I do not require my mentor's hand-me-downs. No, it was my partner who slowed me on my way.
Zack Grammary?
His rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought.
Zach Gramery murdered our mentor and fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you?
I remember as if it were only yesterday. Yet that was not the way of it in the end. For while he vanished, the suspicions upon my own person never did. His partner Zack vanished to protect him. That's what those thieving magpies of a press said.
I had no idea.
Yet that very same press comes to me now, feigning interest. They cover the greatest magic show in history as if it were a vaudevillian distraction. And here I must stand, smiling at them all. What am I, if not a player in some fiendish farce?
Might I suggest it's because you never made it clear what happened? Magnifi's death is still a mystery to this day. Which is why I came here to get the answer from you. Psyche lock time! It's only 2? I knew I'd be seeing these sooner or later.
The audience has no business stepping upon the stage. They must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight.
It sounds an awful lot like something I heard 7 years ago. Boom! Oh, I just realized the Magatama is 3D now to show off that this is on the DS and not the Game Boy Advance. Magnifi's death.
Ask what you will, you'll get nothing from me.
I'm as much a part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened.
For 7 long years I've endured. Now, finally, the curtain lifts on my new golden age. All the miracles of our troupe within my grasp.
That's true, MK. Sorry to do this, Valant. Right now, I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb. That should shake things up. Pulls a big cartoon bomb out from his hoodie. Valant, I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this.
And what might that be? I see it bears the Grammary seal.
I should have brought this to your attention sooner, but I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast.
What is this?
A document showing the true recipient of the performance rights to Magnifi's miracles.
What? Zach Grammary? He wrote this? What? He passed everything to his daughter?
Trucia Nigmar. Actually, she's officially my daughter these days.
Preposterous! Zach is gone! Vanished into the void!
This is the genuine article. Zach was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this.
Ugh! Whoa!
Oh, he still has 1 bunny and 1 dove instead of 2 bunnies and many doves. How sweet.
Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived in thrall to the dead?
You're not the only one with that problem.
But he shot Magnifi! Yes, it was Zach! It was! And then he left, and my career as a magician fell into darkness.
Did you think there might be some way out of it? Say, if you could prove Zach Grammary shot Magnifi? Was that why you testified?
Yes, my way out! It should have been my way out!
Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Valant. All you need is a way to prove your case. Who really killed Magnifi Grammary? I believe I have the answer to your prayers right here. Zach Grammary wrote one more thing before passing on.
But this is a confession!
In which he admits to the killing of Magnifi Grammary. See? All according to your plan.
I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fool the audience, give them a fleeting dream.
Previ.
Yet it seems the tables have turned. Now I am the audience, believing in the deceptions I have wrought upon myself.
Zach wrote this right in front of me, after I explained your situation to him.
Alakazoo MG!
Shut the fuck up, you 50-year-old man. Don't say ZOMG. Unlock successful. I think it might even be older.
You do know that this confession is nothing but lies. I'm admitting that I committed murder to you.
Oh, okay, he's 44, excuse me. Yes, it's my opinions that Zach Grammary killed no one.
Then you must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination. Who received instructions to kill, but if one is innocent, then the one who remains is guilty. My word, I dare say my sock saw's a rock sword.
That would be the logical conclusion, yes.
Though he vanished to protect me, his partner. A stirring tale, 'tis true.
Did you shoot Magnifi Grammary in the forehead?
If I had, and I told you, what would you do? Run to the police, perchance? As you will. There's nothing left for me now. It is true, after all. I have little talent. I needed my mentor Magnifi's repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed hold of me.
I knew it. So Volant Grammary did kill the great Magnifi.
So sorry, Mr. Wright. But it was not I who shot my mentor.
What? But if it wasn't you, then who was it? There wasn't another disciple, was there?
Another disciple, such as...
I don't know, Knack and Talent Grammary, maybe?
Your wild fancies couldn't be further from the truth. Only Zack and Volant received those threatening letters. But there was another. One more person could have fired that pistol that night. Christoph Gavin, for some fucking reason. I don't know. I don't suppose you figured it out by now.
If it wasn't Zack or Volant who shot Magnifi, it had to be the only other person at the scene, which means... Wait, you don't mean...
Yes.
Okay, he just shot himself. That makes sense.
The great Magnifi Grammary himself.
So Magnifi Grammary committed suicide? Okay, so I guess the idea is Volant showed up, Magnifi was shot, he was like, they're gonna think it was me, and I would really like to implicate Zack so that I can get off scot-free. And so he did what he did to conceal the time of death and bump it back.
You find it hard to believe?
To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it as a possibility.
When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive.
Did he kill himself in front of you?
He appeared to be asleep. I could not shoot him. When I turned around and made to leave the room, the old man called out to me.
I knew it! I knew they were gonna use this for Volant because there's so little detail on the guy's face on the left. I knew they were gonna use this for both of them. They did Bremy in Drew's. So you spoke with Magnifi Grammary?
Yes, and this is why I knew what he had done. Magnifi transferred the rights to his repertoire to my partner Zack Grammary, not me.
I'd see.
And I guess
I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it, and yet I allowed you to associate with my daughter for some reason.
You owe me no apology.
Huh?
My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of murder.
What? Your crime? Is Volant Grammary confessing something to me? Yeah, he tried to pin the guilt on Zack. I mean, that seems obvious, man. Yes, Faith, he was a piece of shit.
You see, I knew the 2 letters had been sent. There are no secrets between partners. It was easy to find out. That was when I understood Magnifi's plan.
He wanted to die by one of your hands?
Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights to his repertoire. That was when I had it. A little demon whispering inside my heart.
The demon. We got devils and demons in this case. That's so fucking sick that Vera calls Kristoff the devil. I'm sorry, Kristoff is very handsome.
Let me confess, I had intended to shoot Magnifi, and I planned on framing my partner for the crime.
What?
That night, I prepared something before going into Magnifi's hospital room.
Which was?
IV fluid, of course. I'd seen it on an earlier visit. If Zack did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then I would use the IV liquid to place the murder on his hands. That was my plan.
But you didn't shoot him.
I could not. The demon in my heart fled when the moment came. Then Magnifi called me back.
You a fucking pussy. I cannot believe you did not want to shoot me.
I am sorry, Volant. I am giving my magic to Zack, not to you. You still lack the draw he has. You are not quite as hot as Zack is. You know, the ladies, they want to see a hot young face on the stage. Please, help him if you can.
Like a real beefcake, Valant, which is not you. I left the room, and then I stopped. The shock of what I had just been told consumed me. That is when I heard that fateful gunshot. Magnifique Gramarye killing himself. Then the demon awoke anew within me.
He's whimsical.
Zack killed him.
Oh, hang on, let me do my young Valant voice.
Zack killed him. He was the one. Frame him and the magic will be yours. I altered the scene of his suicide. I took the pistol from his hand, wiped off the prints, and I used the syringe to add the IV liquid I'd brought.
I really like Zack's commitment to the playing card motif more than yours. I mean, you have the heart brooch there, but what is that really doing? So in the end, things happened pretty much as planned. Magnifique died, and you framed Zack for his murder.
As planned, indeed. Of course, the outcome was somewhat different than I had anticipated. Well, what do you think? Do you believe my story? Can it be believed, truly?
That was 7 years ago. I don't know what to believe, but look at his fucking bicep. But
Yes?
I'm glad I heard it from you, Mr. Valant. Thank you.
It is I who should be thanking you, Mr. Wright. Only when I had lost everything could I make my decision.
You're going to turn yourself in?
My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. And as my guilt stays, all else begins to leave me. My friends, my performance rights, my magic.
Yes, Faith.
I've had enough of vanishing acts.
I understand.
I thought my life was ruled by a dead man. But I find I was wrong.
This is such a cool case. This is so good. This so totally makes up for the latter half of the previous case.
For Zack Gramarye was alive.
Well, not anymore.
And now it occurs to me, what if he was not the only one who survived?
What do you mean?
You'll see now that I think about it. I realize that we never saw proof of her demise. We never saw her body.
You know, Valant, I gotta say, you are a real clown? Because you worked closely with Lamirar for her performance. You body doubled for her. You know exactly what she looks like. You are a real fucking clown to have not recognized her, my god!
We never saw her body.
Her?
The mind races and the mouth flaps open. My apologies. Forget this matter. I can only hope that the day will come again when I can only hope that the day will come when I again meet my partner, Zack Gramarye. Then, I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I'm glad we had this chance to talk. Thank you.
Zack Gramarye, Shoddy Smith, whichever name you prefer, he is no longer with us. So, Shoddy Enigmar's way of staying undercover was to go by his real and extremely unusual first name and choose Smith as a last name? The truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver, and the impenetrable darkness that remained has taken another life. I knew what I'd have to do to push back the darkness for good, and it would involve paying that man a visit. Ooh! Okay, let's go. Let's make it happen. Fuck yes, dude.
Sorry, sir. Prisoner Christoph Gavin is currently occupied.
I see. Do you know when he'll be finished?
Well,
He's jerking off in the bathroom? Could you go find out?
certainly, sir. Please wait here a moment.
My apologies to the guard, but there's something I need to see. There it is, the yellow envelope. And the sender is Drew Misham. I was right. I think it says David Christoph. I wonder if David Christoph wasn't like an earlier draft of his name or something. Because oh no, he must have used a pseudonym. No, that makes sense. There's like 2 secret identities, 3 framings for murder, secret lost siblings, correct. Superpowers, magic jewelry. And the sender is Drew Misham, I was right.
When I arrived at the studio,
No, wait, it has to be addressed to Christoph, or it wouldn't have gone in the mail, actually. It wouldn't have gotten to him if it wasn't addressed to him. If they just, they said, it's not like it says David Christoph, sell whatever at the prison. Maybe it was sent to his house? I have no idea.
when I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene.
Nope, wrong envelope, dumbass. I love his alpine goat. If this is the last letter that Drew Misham wrote, then there's something I need to do. The last thing I need to do, in fact. Yeah, David Christoph must have been his old name or something. Look, you can see it there still. Here goes. Let's see if this atropine spray finds anything. So this was Drew Misham's messenger of death. It was this stamp, all right, no mistaking it. And his last letter was sent to Christoph Gavin. The interview request came like you said it would, and they're looking into the case. I swear on my life I won't tell them about you. So please, release the spell you've put on my daughter. I'll write later with a report. Drew Misham. Gotcha. Letter from Misham added to the court record. Finally, decisive evidence. What's this? A burglar? In jail? Is he gonna beat the shit out of me? Gavin! The Phoenix like hunched over the letter. I didn't know you moonlighted in larceny, right? Gavin, there's something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer's no. My apologies, but there's not much I care to discuss. Gavin back from hitting the weights in the yard in his magnificent three-piece suit. Vera Misham hasn't received her verdict yet. Follow me, Gavin? There are no known survivors of atropine poisoning. That never hurts to hope. Okay, I'll be leaving now then. Right? Wait. Yeah, Gavin? I want to poison you a little too while I have the opportunity. Would you mind leaving that letter? It's private. Oh, sorry. Forgot I had it. Many thanks. Oh my god! What? Fucking stop warping him. That's enough. Oh my god. He had a hidden camera the entire time. Oh my god. We've now seen all the clues in this case. That would be pretty easy to accomplish in 2025. It's basically just a GoPro. Clues I gathered over 7 long years. Now it's time. Every story has an ending. We've come to the final chapter, the final trial. Find the truth. You're the only ones who can. Yeah, I love this case too. To be continued. Yes, it certainly will be. You know, I think I will save my current progress. Thank you. It immediately cuts back to this asshole. Welcome to court. No welcome to court. We're not doing this right now. I'm finding someone to raid into, rather. Let me see. Raid into Rose. There's not that many of my friends live right now. All right. Well, viewer, wasn't this a wild ride? My god. I'd like to thank those of you who were able to donate to me today, being ZJ Mac and Diary Shower and AK and Standard Hunter and a number of other anonymous donations, and Maddox and Kringus. Thank you all so much. Can't do this job without you. Of course, viewer, I am going to be back live on this channel in just a little over 12 hours for my subathon, which will itself last 12 hours. So I hope to see you there at 9 a.m. tomorrow. It would mean a lot to me. This was a really fucking cool case. I like the thing about Kristoff being the devil. It's really, really, really sick. I like the ridiculous time-traveling investigation. God help me, I even like the intrigue over the magician's secrets. I will be wrapping it up as one of the many things I get up to, I think tomorrow during the subathon. Hope to see you there, and enjoy the rated stream and your evenings. Thank you guys so much for watching, as always. Bye-bye for now.